name is Eugene. I'm the tournament director at Texas Card House Dallas. I have some exciting news for our tournament players in 2023. We will be starting a tournament rewards program that is offering a $15,000 free roll quarterly, and there's 2 ways to qualify. 1, you can be top 20 on our money leaderboard. 2, you can be top 25 on our loyalty rewards leaderboard. Follow along at texascarddallas.com for more details.
We pull 100 from the flip.
Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit texascardhouse.com.
Kirby, did you play the scanners to everyone?
All right, good evening, everyone. What's going on out there? TCH Live coming at you here on Tuesday night. I'm Aaron McEvoy. Hanging out with me tonight is Derek Ing for a little while anyways. We've got Ben Kirby going to be joining me here in a little while as well. What's going on tonight, Derek?
Good. How are you doing, Aaron?
Doing very well.
Yeah, I'm super
welcome
excited for this
everyone here. Yeah, welcome everyone here in the chat. I see a bunch of familiar faces already, and yeah, looking forward to this game a lot. I've been looking forward to it all week as we've got one hell of a lineup here.
10.
Yeah, as they do their flip here, yeah, we have special guest Kitty Cool. Y'all might be familiar with her from live streams around the country, and also JWin. I know he's pretty popular on the YouTube channel, or YouTube vlogging, and should be really fun.
Yeah, JWin, a local player down in Austin, and also just had one heck of a good run in the main event of the most recent WSOP circuit stop up there in Oklahoma, making a 6th place finish in that tournament. So big shout out to JWin for his deep run there.
Want to make sure I'm saying it right.
You know what they always say about tournaments, right? The only person that's happy is the winner, though.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, you know, no matter how deep a run it is, it's never, you're never completely satisfied unless you get that trophy.
Yep. And it's always so funny, too, because everyone around, like either on the rail or maybe even like the tournament staff that are giving you your payout or something like that, they're always so congratulatory, like, oh, man, congrats on your finish. And you're like, bro, like, come on, man, I just got dumpstered in 3rd place. Like, I was so close. And you're right that, you know, it is a big win and you should be happy about it. But in that moment, you feel like you lost.
Yeah, no, it's just because the closer and closer you get to that, first place, it's becoming more and more of a reality, right? So it's when you get that close, it's just really soul crushing sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a couple of 2nd place finishes, and there is almost no worse feeling because you're in like the biggest heads-up match of your life, right? Depending on the size of the tournament, of course. But oftentimes at the top of these payout structures, you know, the difference between 1st and 2nd is a pretty big chunk of change. And going out in 2nd and losing that heads-up match for that extra bit there on the end can feel pretty bad.
We got some action here. Yao going to raise up the hijack with the Jack-6 of spades. Looks like we have the action tracking catching up a little bit here. It doesn't matter though. Kitty can take it down. Never going to know what she had.
I'm gonna have
Appreciate everyone stopping into the live stream tonight. We have some new viewers that are here for Kitty or JWin. Let us know. Welcome to the channel here. You got Derek and Aaron commentating right now. I'll be commentating for the next 30 minutes. I'm just covering for Ben right now as he has some real life work meeting going on right now.
The young guys are inexperienced. They think all you want to do is chop.
Probably they don't know how to.
Yeah, anybody who is new to the channel, please do consider subscribing, as we are darn well close to 50,000 subscribers, and for that occasion, we are going to be giving away some merch. So help us out, hit that like button. As we get more and more likes, we are going to give away more and more stuff. So over the course of the evening, as you sign up and hit the like button, we will be getting that merch out to you. You'll receive an email towards the end of the show. So there's a form going to be pinned in the chat and on the YouTube channel there. You can fill out that form and you'll be entered into the drawing for that merchandise. Heck of a flop here for Pokernomix out of the big blind, flopping the world.
Yeah, tonight.
Fire in here with a pair of sevens, top kicker to go along with it as well.
Depends. If nobody's doing anything, I'm gonna go home. I'm kind of miss my wife and kids.
After they go home 5 days, you not miss your wife anymore.
Well, that's the reason why I went to Choctaw, you know?
Yeah.
But then it turns out I might love them a little bit.
At least you find a table of tournaments, and you like see it's worth it, you know?
Fire gonna raise the 7 here.
3 bullets, and you're like, well, this was stupid.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
pair with the top
Weekend,
kicker
I
is going
play
to
the
be
left
one of
so
the
I have
better
no chance
hands
to go out.
that Fire will flop. So raising it up does make some sense. A lot of hands that he can get value from. Now the 8 of clubs coming up
uptown.
changes
So
the
good. I like
texture
it.
a fair bit. Pokernomix will check it over, and we'll see if Fire continues betting.
Yeah, it's
Or
different.
if he
Austin's got
checks
like a lot
back,
of, like a
which
good
he
like
does.
college scene, like
Yeah.
You know?
Austin is like more casual. Dallas is definitely more upscale. Like everything is more upscale. When you compare, you know, A to B, everything is just more upscale.
Austin's a little bit more walkable. Right, like a park downtown and like streets and bars.
Pokernomix going to continue checking it over. See if Fire will take another stab at it. Despite there being a one-liner to a straight, Fire is not going to turn his hand into a bluff.
Did you see the giant eyeball downtown?
Pokernomix will take it down.
I didn't know this actually until like a couple weeks ago. But there's an art installation. It's a giant eyeball. It's like literally downtown Dallas. I stayed at a hotel.
Monkey in the chat says Kyle Z. It's been a while. Yeah, he's back from his trip from South America, South and Central America. Yeah, he said he was gone for about a month last I talked to him, so it's nice to have him back.
I missed that. I lived here briefly.
Yeah, when I was up in town there in Dallas playing cash games at TCH Dallas on my way to the big tournament up in Oklahoma, I actually got to play with Kyle Z a fair bit, and I got to hear some of his stories about going to Easter Island and such, so it sounds like a pretty good little trip there.
This is really good. I think Dallas is competitive though.
It is.
That is one of the places that I have been curious about ever since I was a young boy. All the big stone heads and everything seems like a pretty cool place to visit, but from what he said, it's well off the beaten path and not a whole lot going on that island.
Oh, it's not? What's up, man?
Ari's good. Ari's very good. Ari.
If Jen is not good, then Ari must be really good. Because I was satisfied with my meal.
Yeah, Ari's best. I love
All right,
Ari.
heads up between JWin and Fire. JWin flopping best with a pair and a straight draw.
Pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a restaurant downtown called the Monarch. Very good.
What kind of food?
It's Italian.
Fire here betting
But
the
it's,
flop.
Can you show me your name?
1/3. JWin
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
for the
yeah.
check call. Checks again now, and Fire going to continue betting here. This is a difficult board to
Yeah, so it's like the
represent,
49th floor of this like big building, and then upstairs is like
but he will bet.
a Japanese like
full
sushi
pot.
place and like bar.
And
The
put
sushi, I
JWin
think,
to
is,
the
like,
test
but,
with
like,
his
it has a really has a whole
marginal
like, a
holding,
walk
such
around,
as a 9. And in
Mm-hmm.
fact, he's just going to get this one through.
I like Italian
As
food.
JWin not interested in continuing. If he improves, he may just already be behind and drawing
That's
dead.
okay. I cannot do
I
it.
know.
Could get him sunk into a big nasty spot he doesn't want to be in, so he'll let it go.
I don't like it.
Right, yeah, I was just about to mention, like, even if you feel like, you know, your opponent's repping so thin, it's just so uncomfortable, right, to call there out of position, you know, and with some, you know, kind of a marginal holding, and, you know, your outs might not even be live.
You can buy a mansion.
Yeah,
here in
also,
Dallas.
you know, from the blind, though, you're going to have, you know, just a bunch of junk
If I want to
as
buy
well,
vacation
so
home,
you do have to
maybe
defend
not.
some hands. And
Miami?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure that 9-8 there may stick around for another street some of the time.
You can look at all your stats after the session. It's really cool.
Right.
I'll have to, if you,
Fire here, limpy of the first hand, and is limping again.
The nerdy people.
Yeah, I believe the last stream we commented together, Fire was kind of doing the same thing here, limping a lot of holdings here that you probably see people raise. But he would also do a lot of his stronger holdings as well. So.
Yeah, I remember Ace King getting mixed in there with the limp. So Fire here after limping is going to take his exit, and JD will go heads up with Pokernomix, who put in the cold 4-bet on the button with Ace King. So here we go, heads up to a flop.
Beautiful flop for Pokernomix's hand here.
What's your next
Oh
tournament?
no.
Turkey?
Cherokee.
Quick
yeah.
check back
Oh,
from
not like
Pokernomix and a 6 on the turn. JD here
Well,
improving
I'm
to the
not
best hand.
as accomplished as you, so when
Pokernomix,
there's a
of course, does have the king of
WSOP
hearts
event, I
or
have to go.
the king high flush draw.
But give me 10 years. I'll catch up.
JD gonna bet the 6.
Cherokee? Oh,
For
North Carolina.
600.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Turkey.
Pokernomix just going to call.
It'll be all right. It'll be
Board
cool.
pairing jack
So this
on
comes
the
in for
end.
all the
Full house
circuit
now for
event,
JD.
or-
No, I pay
With
myself.
3,000 in the
And
middle,
why
it
choose
is
a circuit event?
time to go to value town.
Why not World Patrol?
What do you think the chances of JD overbetting this spot here?
It's easy. You know, I only have to spend 3 nights away.
It's definitely a reasonable spot to go for. The jack, though, is not the best card,
Yeah, but all
as
the
it's going to be
Patrol
tough
is
for
you don't need to
Pokernomix
overbet.
to have a jack.
I'll go to those two.
And so if he just
Yeah, it just
has a
happens to be
naked
the one
ace,
that, like, I know
he
some
doesn't
people
want to
going,
bet
they
too
already
big
have
and
a
scare
house,
him
so
off.
it's
So
like,
yeah, 2.4 for about 3/4 pot,
I have a
and that is
car
going to get a
also.
quick call. Perhaps the overbet would have gotten paid off as well, just because Pokernomix kind of slow played the flop and turn. But as it stands, JD is going to get a pretty nice chunky pot there, nearly 8K going his way.
Yeah, nice hand there for JD. Pokernomix maybe a little kicking himself a little bit for checking back that flop, but
He didn't pay attention. He's
it's
a
not bad to
tournament
have
player.
some stronger hands that you want to check back with
I
occasionally.
don't know.
I am not
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
tournament
And,
player.
you know, you see a hand like this play out, and a lot of people be like, oh, you should have bet because,
Right.
you know, this wouldn't have happened.
It,
And that's true, this
like
wouldn't have
the past
happened,
2
and in
months
a
I play
vacuum,
most of the cash games.
you know,
Yeah,
it would have
one per
been
tournament, only per
better, I guess,
What do you enjoy
just
more?
for this microcosm
I
of a
enjoy
single
cash
hand.
I got blind going
But at the end of the
up, I
day,
give it to people.
if you
Right.
let
The blind
an
going,
under pair
they make it
see a
happen.
turn card,
That
the
was
vast
fun.
majority of the time they're
Getting to
not
a
going
place where you
to
just VPip
make a
everything.
set.
Yeah.
And
so
if they
fun.
ever pay you on a later street, then that's extra value that you made up for getting
But it
coolers
feels
this one
good to be
time.
back
So,
at the cash table.
you know, at the end of the day, I think it's just fun.
I'm serious.
Only play 2 hours.
We just had this conversation like 2 days
Although
ago.
the flip side of that
That
is
was
that,
really rough. It was
you know,
12
had
hours.
this been a sort of cooler situation where ace king versus ace queen, you know, betting and building the pot immediately is probably going to be the stronger play in the long run. But, you know, everybody's going to take a different approach, and it is good to zig and zag, bob and weave
Yeah.
from time to time.
Yeah.
Which one is better?
Oh, wow, you're so proud.
So if you
Let's see you do it. Let's see you
Hey,
do it.
Chen in the chat, what's up, bud? Hope school's going alright with you.
No, I just think cash game way easier than tournament, right?
yeah, I mean,
He's a regular player here at TCH Dallas, and he's currently,
Cash game you can just make a few up.
right.
I think
oh my gosh, he's currently at school in Auburn.
Hey, look, listen. That mantra, if I can do it, anybody can, it's really true.
Stephen Tixay here in the chat, definitely a Mondo fish.
Okay, I was hoping that you knew him.
Yes, I do. Stephen Tixay also making a very good run in that big tournament up in Oklahoma. So,
22nd, I believe.
yeah, congrats, man.
Yeah, congrats, Steven. And he's actually playing on out on the floor right now. I just ran into him. He's actually, I think, first alternate. So in case someone busts out or doesn't want to rebuy in, you'll see him under the belt.
Yeah.
Very good. JD here, rivering top, and he will bet full pot, but nothing doing.
You not drink that over the table.
Take what's in there. But yeah, for anybody who is just joining us, just tuning in, I am Aaron McEvoy, joined here by Derek Ing. And the game tonight is going to be 25-25-50. No limit Texas Hold'em. And we are doing a giveaway. In the chat, you'll find a pinned message there. You can follow that link. Sign up to win yourself some merch, as we are going to breach the 50,000 subscribers mark here this evening. And we're going to do a little giveaway to celebrate.
Did you get everybody
To help us out, hit that like button and sign up for the giveaway. Fire here, going to continue limping. Comes in for the $50 with the ace-9 suited Pokernomix. Will raise the Jack-10-0.
How's it going, Roy, in the chat? Hope you're doing all right. Thank you for tuning in. Oh. You know, okay, so I'm going to have to give some backstory on Fire here, as he does the limp jam here with the ace-9. You know, I heard rumors, or I guess I heard a story at a, I think it was a 25, 50, 100 game, either this week or last week, or like 2 weeks ago. And I think, wasn't Edison playing on our Tuesday game that we commentated together as well? I guess it's not important to name names, but yeah. Fire got in a massive pot with someone, all in pre-flop with pocket threes. And I believe the other person had like aces or kings. They ran it twice, and he hit a 3 on both boards for like a massive, massive pot. So Fire definitely looking to give some action here.
I do like it if you're going to limp hands like ace-9 suited and, you know, present yourself with the opportunity to go for the limp back raise. Pretty darn good hand to do it with, and to get the job done. And here we go, big hands colliding. Kitty and Paolo both near top of range.
Big hands here running into it here. Ace-king suited against kings. Kind of a nightmare spot for Paolo. Let's see if Kitty goes for the 4-bet. Looks like she will.
Yeah, absolutely going to be out of position with one of the best hands in poker pre-flop. Time to get as much in the middle as she can. Nice big chunky size here, 1.8K to go from out of position.
Let's see how Paolo decides to proceed in position. Looks like it will call.
Never a bad hand to take to the streets. In position in a 4-bet pot comes ace high, and the ace magnet strike once again. Really difficult board here for Kitty, as not only does the ace kings of the world that she was ahead of pre get there, but the pocket queens that are going to be another substantial portion of her opponent's calling range also comes along. She is now at this point sort of up against jacks and tens as the value portion of her opponent's range that she can attack. So
right, yeah.
1.4K and gets called. This is starting to feel pretty gross.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, with the, say there's just the ace out there, it would have been, I think, a different story, but with the, you know, the extra queen out there, like you said, it vastly decreases the number of hands that you get value from, right? So I wanted to mind the check, but she will check turn now. A little check back. Gonna go runner, nut diamonds.
Yeah, every Tuesday and Wednesday they fill every table for a little while at least, you know.
And the 5-10 runs regular.
Pot ratio bang on 1.
Pretty regular.
You know, at least 5 days a week.
It's really like,
just
okay,
hoping to get the
it's
showdown, and Paolo now here should be well aware of the fact that
sometimes
he
it's 5, 10, 25.
can go for value.
Sometimes it doesn't run. It's kind of
We're getting
Kitty's hand almost a little bit face up at this point. Of course,
4 days a week.
some opponents are going to play trappy, you know, turning a boat and then allowing their opponent to start betting if they just keep checking out of position. So you do have to watch out for that from time to time. But yeah, this is one of those spots where it definitely looks like Kitty has a hand like kings. Paolo is going to rip it all in for full pot.
Yeah, I guess with this bet here, he's really trying to target, you know, maybe ace-queen or ace-king specifically, but even those hands that might have a tough time calling such a large bet.
6,450.
Yeah, I think ace-queen has a hard time slowing down on the turn. Just one of those hands that is just almost always going to continue betting, as the ace-kings of the world are going to be like, oh, I've got 2 pair with the top kicker, never going to fold, there's diamond. draw out there available, right? There's a lot of different ways that ace-queen is going to want to continue to attack for value. And to start slowing down and just checking 2 streets with ace-king also perhaps a little bit difficult to see that happening. So yeah, it's understandable to jam it in there. Not too many other bet sizes make a lot of sense, but it's also going to be tough to get called a lot of the time. And as we see there, Kitty is able to get away from it.
You're adding 5. Okay, you're adding 5.
There you go.
I guess to end on that note, I guess that'll be my last hand to commentate over.
Thanks, Derek.
As we got Ben Kirby
good to
now.
see you, man. What's up, AA Ron?
Hey, what's going on, my man? Welcome.
It's been a long time since you.
It has been, but
this
good to
dance.
see you, my friend.
You as well.
All right, well, y'all have a great time. This looks like a fun game, so it should be a fun night.
Really
See you later,
appreciate
Aaron.
All right, take care. Good luck out there.
Everybody give it up for Data. Thank you, Derek. Much love, man.
Yeah, you didn't go at all, right? No.
Yeah.
Every year I bet with my friend, I will go this
All right,
year.
so
and
joining
so
us
I
here,
also
Ben
want to
Kirby.
support
What's
my
going on, my friend?
So I said, you know what, I'm not gonna
Dude, I'm actually coming off of a rare tournament loss yesterday. Not that I win a bunch of tournaments, but I just don't get to play tournaments at all. I went up to Choctaw yesterday and fired the horse event and had that long, quiet ride home afterwards.
Yes, I know that feeling all too well.
Give it the old college try a couple times and just left with a bad story to tell.
It's a little much. But
What about you? You been in the mix lately?
it was the thing that
I have been, yeah. Made a trip up there to Choctaw, played the main event, pumped a couple bullets into the prize pool, and took a min cash back out. Didn't quite make it on to day 2. Flamed out just about an hour before bagging up. And then played some cash games there at TCH Dallas. Had a great time. So.
Oh, nice. Hope you did well. They can be very feast or famine. You know, you either win big or lose big.
Yeah, no, things went quite well for myself, so cannot complain. Fire here can also not complain, flopping top pair and winning the pot.
They have a more social experience.
JTN 1968 here in the chat. What's going on, my friend? And yes, I absolutely do know all about losing. Although, I had aces. Didn't I have aces against your ace king when you beat me? I mean, maybe it was king.
Oh, at the meetup game?
Yeah. No, I think it was aces versus ace king, and he beat me. But yeah, it was that was pretty dirty. I will never forget that, and JTN will, of course, remind me of it at every given opportunity.
That's hilarious.
I don't think I'm playing tomorrow.
Play so many hands, and then you gotta play one bad beat with JTN, and he's never gonna let you forget about it.
That's how it works.
And I saw those guys grinding last night, final 3 at the main event final table. That's, I guess that's day 3. I don't know who took it down, but pretty saucy prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Local player down here in Austin, JD, getting second place for 220 big one. JWin, of course, also making a deep run, getting 6th place.
Oh yeah, I saw JWin.
So very good showing from the Austin community. We had Steven Tixay make it up there into the 20s, and Poker Traveler, also down here from Austin, the Austin area. He got 13th place. So yeah, a lot of really talented local players making a deep run.
Strong 5-1-2 showing. You love to see it. Austin pumps out some good poker players, man. It either attracts really good poker players or breeds them. I'm not sure which it is, but pretty strong showing the past few years from Austin poker players.
Yeah, absolutely right.
I'm sure it'll be good.
I will be in Paris.
All right, top pair, no kicker here for Yao, but still good on the turn 2 of hearts. Pokernomix here betting the flop with effective 3rd pair.
Having raised
flop aggressive.
You couldn't like stay in Austin because you had to drive like 40 minutes or something, remember?
Yeah.
You going to Austin again?
Yeah, next month.
J. Diaz asking how much are the black chips. The black chips are going to be 100, greens 25, red 5s. And you can see the pinks and the slightly oversized sort of blue chips. Those are going to be 500 and 1,000 respectively.
Sometimes you'll see a large yellow chip come out later on in the night. Those are 5,000 US dollars as well. We call them the Pikachus.
Yeah, those are lovely. So it's good to have some
must
of
be
those
nice.
in front of you.
Pokernomix making a feels like a pretty standard fold. What up, everybody out in YouTube land?
Greece here is supposed to be going.
Haven't got to talk with you yet. Appreciate you joining us.
For the live stream.
Good to see everyone engaging in the chat. If you haven't, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe if you want to engage in the chat. Shenanigans will be here until 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Central Time.
Is that where you were beforehand?
No, I'm gonna EPT Paris.
Daniel Golden says smash that like button in all caps. Couldn't agree more.
The poker in 2 days. Now
Scream
I
it.
need to play the EPT Paris.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah.
You going to Bahamas though?
Yeah.
Absolutely
It'll be
right.
how
All right,
long?
JD
On
here,
Friday
currently
and
up the
how
most
long?
after one orbit, 4.4K in the black. Pokernomix and Kitty both stuck a little over
I hear the tournaments
3,000.
are good. I hear the cash games are
But the
good.
night is young.
No, Bahamas.
Yes, it is in this
When you're
game
playing 25,
particularly.
25, 50, things are bound to just swing around a
I just
bit.
hear there's like a
That's
lot
right.
of money there, so like people just blast off in cash games.
Paolo going to come in from +1
Caribbean, yeah.
to Queen 10 suited. Fire is going to raise the button with
All
Pocket.
right.
Yeah, I think the rooms are like, if you have to pay for them, like, I think rooms like start at like 600 a night.
Yeah. I pay 650 per
And then the
night.
cash game rate is
I
like,
think in the lower stakes, you often see players
10%.
just smooth call all their small pocket pairs on the button like this. I like.
I hear when people go there,
I like
they'll,
to.
go,
I like the guys that defer to
like,
action.
go for vacation
Guys
or,
and
like,
gals
the,
that defer to
10K
aggression.
plus tournaments, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the challenging thing about playing small pocket pairs, of course, no matter what, is that a lot of flops are going to be just like this, where you're going to miss.
Right.
So when you do put those into your free betting range, you will be able to represent all of the best hands.
Tiny bit, like an hour.
The flip side of that, of course, is that you're never really going to know where you're at, because you're just going to have this sort of fourth pair type holding, even if you have the betting lead. And Fire does check it back on the flop, even though that's sort of a good flop for his range. And now Paolo will get to bet the turn and take it down.
1750. Little $600 win over to Paolo. Oh, JWin. Fresh off the turn he scored, just right back in the mix since he's in
Do you have
Dallas.
any idea how many platinum passes
Didn't notice he was
they
sitting there.
in the Bahamas?
Yeah, quite the lineup we've got here. Kyle Z, of course, back from his little vacation trip. Got to play some 2-5 with him the other day, so was catching up on his travels. That was pretty cool.
Heck yeah, he was all over the place the past few weeks.
You know, they give away the platinum pass, right? Like that's.
Yeah.
So that money gets added to the price pool.
Yeah, but before they ate, they
Great
give
player
us
in his own right.
Extra, yeah.
People love to guess whether he's going to wear a black or gray t-shirt. Looks like he's donning the black t-shirt.
One or the other, huh? That's
One or the other, that's right.
That's how he rolls. All
The
right.
Steve Jobs style, you know? You wear
25K.
one or
Maybe.
two of the same things.
We should get him like a zebra striped, like a black and gray one, so that he can wear both sometimes.
That's right.
No, 25K.
25K? Okay.
Merge the lucky shirts a bit as JWin raising the ace-king. Uh-oh, we got a pot brewing between two of the crushers.
JWin here out of position, looks to be just making the call here. Certainly don't hate this. Mixing in some raises and calls when you're out of position. Gonna make a lot of sense. Hand as strong as this one. Comes queen high, top set for JD.
It's hard to beat a man like JD when he flops top set, and he's not slowing down, even though he's got so much of the board.
Small bet though, downsize. Going to make a lot of sense here. It's a relatively disconnected board.
JWin picks up a Broadway draw on the turn. Now, JD, you expect him to pump it here a lot of times, going like full pot or something. But he checks it.
Yeah, so he pretty much can only get value from pocket jacks that has just turned a set at this point. He's out of position, and this board doesn't look super great for a 3-betting range that is just going to have a lot of sort of one-pair holdings. JWin is going to take this opportunity to attack. That's 1.5K, so pretty sizable bet.
JD loves to see this, inducing an additional 1,500 in the middle. Curious to see what he chooses to do now, sitting there with the nuts.
Yeah, the check raise is incoming most of the time. Again, he's going to zig and zag, though.
A little bit of a leveling war between these two guys. Oh, it comes perfect.
That is one way to get there if you're JWin. A little bit of run good bleeding over from his deep run in the tournament.
JWin. This is the ideal scenario for him to get the max. Rivering the nut straight versus top set. And JWin's going to rip it. JD swiftly calls. Oh.
Yeah. That is something special right there. I mean, we saw it there. It was 99% for JD on the flop because it needed to go exactly runner, jack 10.
You're right.
For JWin to win. There's literally no other way out, as he can't make running aces or kings, anything like that. It'll just get him sunk even further into this. So had to come exactly the way it did. And that's a 1%er coming through for a full double up here. JWin gonna pick up $9.7 thousand.
Props to JWin for getting the max on the end, choosing the right bet size, just rip it, and getting the full double, capitalizing on this 1%. I mean, we don't see these very often, but this is insane for 20K. And JD's like, all right. I mean, okay, 1%.
Yeah, that is just a truly savage run out there when you're sitting on the top set from JD. The thing, yeah, there is like top set doesn't need a lot of protection, so putting it into your check back range or your checking range on the turn, like it makes plenty of sense. And it's very similar to what we saw earlier, where it's just like the 6 rolls off against the ace king, you know, Pokernomix versus JD earlier. And you know, these things just happen. They're low probability events, and when we see them, especially as viewers, and maybe you know, not anywhere near rolled to play a game at this stake, we can see stuff like that happen and just kind of get sick to our stomachs. But you know, it's going to happen from time to time, no matter what stakes you play or where against who. It's going to happen. And
that's business as usual for JD. I mean, these two guys play so much poker that it hurts, but those guys are back to battle. You know, you expect both of these guys to be resilient in most scenarios. I mean, that one sucks. JD knows that sucks, but I expect him to bounce back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and fantastic there for JWin, of course, getting this nutty run out and having ace king in a spot where he's not going to have it very often, right? A lot of players are going to 4-bet the ace king, and so it's just like the whole hand basically just set up for him to double up there.
I have a feeling that's going to make the clip roll.
Yeah. All right, Pokernomix here with the best of it, king high, but Fire with the club flush draw fills in immediately on the turn.
It's interesting with the board pairing, but Fire going nowhere, especially once checked 2 by Pokernomix, sitting there with the queen high flush.
It ends at like 9:30, 9:40 probably.
Yeah, so with 1225 in the middle, looks like Fire's going to go for a 2/3 sizing, maybe 3/4, 800 is the bet. And these are always tricky spots when you have nut no pair. You feel like you kind of need to defend, but at the same time, like, what are you beating, and can you defend again if they keep betting on the river? And that seems to be the thought process Pokernomix is going through right now. And he'll take a peek over at Fire's remaining chips
But if you can make,
to get an idea of what could be coming if he does make the call on the river.
Yeah, because he's got to be expecting to face some other sizable bet on river. Maybe there's better spots. Fire takes down a small one, hitting the queen high flush.
I told them I always go home sleep after 3 hours. I don't care about like how
Mo the Cat here in the chat says, yeah, slow playing, not raising the turn or the flop, whatever, you know, you're asking for trouble. That's certainly the case, and I think we've probably all been there before. Maybe not in a spot quite like this one, but similar, where you flop what just seems like an overwhelming advantage in the hand, and you're like, all right, I need somebody to catch up a little bit. and then all of a sudden the person that would have just checked and folded to any size bet, you know, you basically could have sneezed on the pot, they would have let you have it. They back into a runner straight, and that's just the way it is.
Even like last night, like it wasn't sad.
You do have to be careful what you wish for. Let them catch up. They could catch up too much, but at the same time, we've also seen plenty of people make a hand and then think that they're best.
This is what makes guys like JD pretty dangerous, is being able to be balanced in how they play both nutted hands and their air. It's, I mean, this is his whole thing. It's like good poker players are great at disguising the strength in their hand, and sometimes you open yourself up to additional risk by like playing a nutted hand, not in an ABC type way. You know, if it doesn't come perfect there, JD makes an extra $1,500 plus because of his check there on the turn. So I don't think JD is super worried about it, given that he's got to continue to play in a way that's going to make the max against good opponents.
And I had to go back later, like that guy's like, immediately you feel like trash. You start thinking about
tournaments are horrible.
Alright, small raise here. Kitty taking it up to
He finished 6 out of like 1,500 people and still felt
we
bad.
have the $100 straddle on this one, which could be mistaken.
So 1 out of 1,500 people feels good.
That's mean
No,
he's a
yes, we
week.
do. We've got the 100 on Kenny. After
Kenny v.
straddling
Kitty.
100. Kitty, you never must have tournament feel happy.
Call.
I know.
That's a problem.
Pretty nice flop for Kitty.
You're always pissed unless it's first.
Yeah.
357.
No.
The top three, they chopped it 240 each. So
Kitty betting out of
even
turn,
stacks.
it looks like.
Whenever it got to the point where all three of them had even chips, they settled for 240 each. Right, because
Kenny
otherwise it was going to be like
will take his time and then
something, and then
indeed check it over.
they
So
just agreed
the bet of 175 will stand. He'll go for the check and the
regular.
call. Picks up a spade draw on the turn.
You know the guy who won the ring?
A little more hope for Kenny.
He's like, oh man, I give up on
I mean,
the
so,
kid.
like, it's a lot.
Steven Fixay, Mr. Delivery in the chat. Both players played a super solid, just a nasty little gutter on the end. Yep,
And I think
100%.
it was like a good group. Like, one guy was just a very...
Let's see. So Kitty here going to continue betting 500 to 850. A lot of players will just snap check it back when they see the spade come off, but the best players will recognize that there's still value to be had, and you also sort of set your own price for the river. Whereas if Kenny calls and the river is sort of
it's a parking lot thing.
scary-ish looking card or whatever, he checks it over, she can always check back. Instead, Kenny will release, doesn't even care to see the last card after picking up his spade flush draw.
You'd rather them facilitate it because it's like a cultural thing. Like,
There's no liability. All they do is change the payouts, and that's it.
Kitty all the way from LA, or is she Vegas based? I know I've seen her on other streams. Any idea?
Yeah, I'm not a big poker personality, like keeping up with everything that's going on, so I guess I can't really say. But I do know that she does a lot of traveling, plays in a lot of games around the country, and yeah, just a fantastic poker player who gets out there and makes the rounds.
Nice. Well, it's always good to see new faces on these streams to give a little different energy and different style to these games, where it's not just the same 8 dudes every week. Always nice to have new players.
And that's always fun for the sort of the local grinders, the players that are in the mix, every week, is they get a little bit of fresh energy at the table. That's always good to have.
We raised to 1,400.
Interesting few hands developing
1,400.
right now. Paolo 3-betting to 1,400 with ace queen off.
Imagine me explaining to her. So yeah, I'm staying at this poker colleague of mine. What's her name? Kitty. Okay. Yeah, she keeps walking around naked.
3-betting back over to fire with ace-6 of spades.
Like, I don't really like it when people stay in my place. Even people want to pay me money, I just don't want it. You know, my hero is a 1K per one hero, and I have all the hammer bag. I mean, you don't want to really people stay your company. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Wise fold from fire there with ace-6. 16 subscribers away from 50,000 on TCH Live Poker's YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody that's already subscribed. And if you're out there watching, lurking, waiting for your time, this is your moment, people. 16 away from 50,000 subscribers. We've come a long way, especially with the inception of this stream with AA Ron in the mix from the very beginning. How does it feel to get close to 50,000 subs, having been at the beginning of this thing?
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. This is a fantastic YouTube channel. We put out just amazing free content every single week. And thank you guys out there who tune in each and every week to join us and to enjoy this content, to hang out and interact with us, of course. And yeah, hit that like button, fill out the form that's pinned in the chat, and you know, could be you that comes away with some of our fantastic merchandise in the giveaway. As you sign up on that link, filling out the form, you'll see, you know, sort of what's at stake, given the number of likes that we get on the show this evening. And I think we've got some hoodies, some t-shirts, some hats, some things of that nature. So check it out, put in your name, and hopefully win yourself some TCH merch.
Lost 1K.
Pander on the street.
JWin here opening the 6-5 suited, gets 3-bet very small by Yao from the small blind.
Even with the kicker missing one.
Ace high, and Yao with a pretty much zero equity bluff here. He's going to continue for half pot.
I'm just seeing the kicker's face, like they like zoom
And
in.
represent all the best aces.
You can just tell he's just like,
Wow. This is interesting. JWin turning 2-pair, and now Yao with a little bit of hope with an open-ended straight draw.
Picture's like number 2.
Yeah, very natural continue here for Yao as well when he does pick up the additional equity. Of course, JWin not going to be going anywhere, so this pot could balloon quickly.
And I guess
Interested to see what JWin does facing a bet here. Kind of small. Oh, excuse me, 1,100 into 16.
It's when so someone like, let's say, Tiger Woods, and he's made a certain
JWin, what a boss, coming off of a final table super deep run at the Choctaw Main, and now sitting playing quarter 50.
Because of like the pressure, you start trying to actually break down how you're
Getting a full double
and
earlier.
once you do that, it all breaks down because you're no longer relying on that muscle memory.
you lose your muscle memory temporarily.
Yeah, JWin gets to attack the strong top pair range of his opponent. Ace, king, ace, queen, spade draws, things of that nature going to be pretty heavy at the top of Yao's range, and turning the 2-pair, plenty of value to be had. So raised to 3.3 thousand. Back over to Yao, who does have the up and down straight, but if he calls now, he's only going to have 4K remaining. The pot will be up over 8,000.
Kind
So
of
he'll need
awkward
to
stack
improve.
size.
See what they do moving forward. Because there's also no kicker you can get that has kicked recently in a big game, even in an NFL game.
And we see that he only actually has 2 live outs.
Oh, you were bluffing me.
Yeah, how's that work? They can't just.
JWin takes down another one, adding 2,000 to his stack, over the 20K mark.
Because I have an ace.
What if they?
Yeah, JWin here off to a fantastic
I mean, they have
start.
a backup, I presume.
First
If the guy
cooling
gets injured,
JD,
right? They have to.
and now picking up
Like whoever's
this
punting or whatever.
2-pair on the turn,
that
taking
guy
it
was
away
backup.
from his
I don't
opponent.
know. So many teams are in the
We
playoffs.
look at the
you
earnings
can't
there,
just,
up
like, kicker
over
first.
11,000 is JWin.
Wow.
Be like, hey, man, you're in the off season now. Can I just
So what's
pay you
poker
a
look
bonus
like
if
for
I win?
you this year? Aaron, are you focusing on tournaments? You trying to grind some more cash? Got any schedules
Yeah.
planned out for the year, tournament-wise?
Just sort of sticking with the usual situation, which is play the local series that come through, you know, sort of the Austin,
I think they're trying to
Houston, Dallas, whatever, San Antonio kind of area.
Yeah.
Maybe do a little bit of traveling, but not much outside of WSOP in the summertime. And so, yeah, pretty much just grind cash and save up. You know, I've had a couple of savage trips to Las Vegas for the last 2 WSOPs where really couldn't get much traction. Ran into some of the nasty side of variants, and so, you know, looking to go back there and have another crack at it this year. But, you know, just kind of And I got to grind it out and
Rebuild.
prepare.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm up to. How about yourself?
I have been, so I've got a almost 2-year-old son and another kid on the way now, so poker is kind of, despite my poker tournament yesterday, poker has gone by the wayside a bit, so I've been enjoying doing the broadcasting thing and not a ton else on the poker side for the last year and a half or so. I got to play the World Series for the first time last summer, which I was super grateful for. I played the Limit Hold'em and lasted 4 hours, but played some cash and did well in the mixed games out there. So super fun trip and kind of a bucket list thing for me. So I was grateful to be able to do that last year. I'm fortunate that I couldn't ship the first timer bracelet, but maybe I'll get another crack at it sometime soon.
Very cool. So, yeah, sounds like mixed games are more your style. Are you into deuce to 7 single draw at all, or triple draw?
Yeah, I like it all. Generally in the mix around here, they'll play a lot of the triple draw variants, which I'm a big fan of. Sometimes we'll run the single draw with like a 40 BB cap. I've only played that a few times. That's really fun. I just don't. I'm not a favorite in that game. But that game is super fun because it's so like you either have it or you don't, and there's a ton of bluffing spots and just fun to switch it up. The mixed games make it interesting for me, where Hold'em can get boring after a while. For me, particularly, but yeah, mixed games are my favorite to play. The Limit Mix.
Cool. All right, big bet here by Yao off with the bottom pair. Pokernomix goes for the check call, and here we are on the turn. 2 flush draws out there. Pokernomix will check once again, and Yao will check it back. Back where spades come in. But both players at this stage probably just happy to get to showdown with their pair. Although Yao is going to go for a bluff, then Pokernomix will take it down.
You're not my type.
Pokernomix happy to take this one down. The local poker vlogger / entrepreneur.
Young, handsome white guys.
Hit the stream, I don't know, 6 months ago or so. Been having a good time. Puts out some entertaining content. A lot around the 4 and 5 card game, PLO.
I like the most is last year versus main champion.
JTN1968 in the chat says, when I win, do I get to choose my partner in the booth? Well, I don't think they're giving away a spot in the booth for commentary. I could be wrong about that. But if you win that, then absolutely you get to choose a partner. Kicker Problems wants to know, when are we going to have a tag team tournament? That would be pretty cool. I have played in a couple of those before, and they're a lot of fun. But I think they're most fun, in my opinion, if there's sort of like a structure to how your opponent, or not your opponent, your partner has to tag in.
Like forced tagging in and out.
Exactly, and it's sort of a fun thing where it's like, all right, you know, if you're partner is opposite sex, like you have to, you know, swap out now, or, you know, things like that where it kind of forces you to get in and out. To me, that's very fun, but the more traditional sort of tag team tournament that the WSOP runs, for example, is just kind of whatever works. Like one person could just play the whole tournament, the other one just has to play a few hands.
I never thought I'd enjoy the slow-ass tournament final table action, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I bet you did, JWin. I think we all enjoy super deep tournament final tables.
Like Triton has like a walking camera, and it's just it's like that POV.
This Fire turns top pair versus Paolo's straight and flush draws. Paolo betting 600 to 13.
I made a Frankie.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Remember? I was make a joke.
Cool.
We got all
She met some new handsome guys, and she made money. Kitty just wins everywhere she goes.
So, yeah, I think we're just waiting for the action to get caught up here. But Paolo, I think, has gone for a raise.
I just try to. It's because you guys are cool. I mean, if the table like obviously doesn't like chatter, then I just.
Perhaps not. It's a little bit unclear. But again, we have runner into Broadway. Paolo this time. Gonna run
Perfect again for Broadway. While Fire's sitting there with top pair, good kicker. blocking Broadway as well.
Because I had a drinking problem, Kitty.
Small bet here from Paolo. And
He calls.
yeah, how do you fold with this run out? You kind of just
Sheesh.
and yeah, Paolo there.
Well, yeah,
Pick up a nice little
I really
5K
think I
pot.
had a drinking problem. And
Fire gonna get
if I didn't
chipped
stop,
down
it
to
would have gotten worse. So I
3K.
just said, I'm taking 90 days off, and I'll be reevaluate after.
Broadway night here at TCH Live in
Like,
Dallas.
there was a point where, like, at the table, if I didn't feel social enough, I would start drinking.
Carolyn, have good
And I would
joining us in the
rely
chat.
on it.
What's
I mean,
going
nobody,
on,
like,
Carolyn?
got hassled or anything.
What's
It was
up,
just
Carolyn?
more like, I'm getting a little anxiety. I feel like I need to
Carolyn,
drink.
a
You know,
regular
that's-
in
like,
our
long-term, I felt like I
little
was gonna
deuce to
die.
7 single draw game that we run here at TCH Austin.
Oh,
every
nice.
week. And yeah, we have a good time in there, man. It is.
So that's where it started.
Just
I played a
full
private
out
game,
deuce to
they
7
got me
single the whole time?
plastered, and, you know, I did some stuff.
Yeah,
I
we
love
played
that.
5-10 with a $10
Later, I was like, no,
a
this is
button
getting out of
ante,
control.
and the 20 comes on pretty regular. So yeah, we get in the mix. It's a lot of fun.
That's awesome. That's a great game. No limit. Deuce to 7 single draw.
Yeah, JTN. I think I can listen, Linda,
Now just
Carolyn,
do
from the chat.
I never
think
take a shot.
Make that
Yeah,
happen.
Never ever.
yeah, I'm pretty clean with most stuff.
I just not interesting. I don't know why.
4
I
for
feel
8.
like
Yeah, I'll flip the
alcohol,
top pair.
so-
Okay. What about things that make you see things? No? I was hoping we had more things in common. Guess not.
I don't think so. Pretty nerd. I'm pretty nerd. I don't look like a nerd, but I'm pretty nerd. Yeah. I worked a lot yesterday. I studied.
Ray's
8
coming
hours
from
a day,
Pokernomix.
Like play online, study.
When you were younger and you were like in school, did you study the same way?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay,
like
so you've always been like that.
I'm like an electronic engineer, master's degree.
I remember.
Yeah, and I always
You only
study.
say it like every time we meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always
Yeah,
study.
Yao's
It's a
gonna
master's
be
in engineering.
in kind of a
Yes,
tough
yes, I
spot,
remember.
but at the
Yeah,
same
and I
time,
wanna study
what better
PhD, but
hands
they
does
say
he
no.
have
They say if we too smart, no man will like you. I say okay.
other than top
Is that
pair
true?
with a decent kicker here? I mean, obviously
My
some
wife's a lot smarter than me.
over
Every
pairs
single
and
time
things
I
of
go to
that
school,
nature,
I'm just like
but
this. So my dad will say, "Did you really go
know,
to school study,
all
or you
things
just want to be a
considered, a
fashion
pretty
teacher?"
darn
You
good
know?
swab.
I think some men
Problem for him is
can
stack
get
to
in
pot
some ways,
ratio
but
is
smart, independent women.
once again
But-
getting a little bit crazy, and
I
instead
I
of
think now
playing
it's
this
different.
one
Maybe
as
like
a
10,
bluff
20 years
catcher, he's
ago,
just gonna
no,
say,
You know,
no,
all my group,
you have
I
it,
get double,
you're
1B, all
gonna
my
tell me
group,
about it
people
right
go,
now.
Kitty, you are
Nice.
number one
You
female
don't,
we don't
then
want to
get
date.
out.
I said, why is that?
Well,
They say,
not
And
because it's
Pokernomix
smart,
hates to
probably
see
because
this,
it
sitting there with
takes-
6
no, they say,
high,
"You're fucking too smart.
trying to get
You're
one
not
through,
bluffing.
safe
If we
looking
go
board,
cheat, I will catch
and
that." So-
forced to fold.
so-
Unsure if Yao just had his number or if Yao actually had it.
Yeah.
Nice play from Yao.
Yeah, a little bit of street poker going on there for sure
Yeah.
between both of those players.
Not for the dunking, 1B, I'm a group, yeah.
JWin and Paolo, both the beneficiaries of Runner Runner Broadway, atop the leaderboard, winning 11 and 6K respectively. JD and Pokernomix at the bottom, losing 5,400 apiece.
When I played with Kitty and she was drinking, she just put all the business out there. She's like guessing people's net worth.
Yeah, if
She's
somebody
like,
else
oh,
backs
your
into
story.
Broadway and wins a big pot and is also, you know, up at the top of the leaderboard before the end of the evening, then, you know, that's just the way it is. The stars have aligned for backdoor Broadway.
American to have it right.
Getting nice holding ace queen suited on the low jack.
I'm sorry.
400.
What's new?
Yeah, what's new? Yeah.
That's what the hackers are always trying to do.
Buffer overflow, man.
So 400. 400.
Yeah, Paolo, it's way too much. That's more.
Oh, sorry. I put the black
All right, so Paolo gonna go ahead and defend,
We got you. Replay.
No one knows what
as
he's trying to do.
will
You know?
Kyle.
Haven't heard much from Kyle Z tonight.
So what's next in terms of like just building things? Do you want to do another project? Full time anyway? Oh, you do? Okay. Yeah. You have like a list of ideas that you want to get started on, or is it like you're just taking a sabbatical and you'll figure it out later?
So I've got a
Kenny with the 2 over cards and the backdoor spades is going to bet on this flop. A little
Man,
bit
that's like the
dangerous
entrepreneurial
as
playbook. You know?
both of
You're,
his
you're giving others the
opponents
same
are
opportunity that
defending
you were
from
given. That's awesome.
still
the,
working. Like I'm still
early position, sort of blind.
Yeah, 2 years. How many? Well, what's the duration of that?
Does pick up the spades on the turn, check, check, and now a jack of diamonds. on the end, and
Yeah.
Put it in my calendar. Let's go.
That's right.
Kenny
Put it in
here
my
going to go
calendar.
for
I'll
the
stick around for a little
bet
bit.
check bet line. 1,000 to go now. Relatively
Think he'll
modest
take an
size here,
extended
1K
vacation
into
anywhere
2,500.
I think it's going to be hard for Paolo to fold, given just
the
doesn't.
love brand.
His hand, it's a weird hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with the way it's played out,
My,
it does
this is our
make
wedding
it
ball.
easy, relatively easy on Paolo to flick in the call there.
We've been together
As
for
the
12,
price is such that
married
it's just
for
like,
4, happy for 2.
I mean, kind of just feels like either like a middling 9 that's just really targeting like, you know, my hand in particular, or it's just nothing. And,
Right.
She's
so
not.
Paolo flicks it in,
Should they even understand
chips
more?
the top.
She says it's very
So little run developing for Paolo, now up over $8,000. That'll spin.
You know what I mean? Like poker's a very
But
emotional
if
game.
she do well, if we do well, then she want to know the rule and she can support you.
She watches
Queens
it,
for
and she
Kenny.
follows it, and now she knows all the terminology. She was like, "Oh my God, did you see what he had a showdown?" I was like, "No, what did he have?"
Just calls the straddle.
I was a marketing executive.
So she married a marketing executive.
Yeah,
And she's stuck
yeah.
with poker degen.
We oh yeah, it's we it was
She didn't sign up for this, you know?
she
Paolo
didn't.
gonna step in it with a raise from the small blind. King 10 out.
Even in the beginning, she had issues with it. She was like, "You're gambling into like," and I get it. You know, you're working, you're gambling, you're never home. So then I was like, "Okay, I have a solution. I'm gonna quit my job."
Wow. Is going to call.
Yeah, this is
Jack 6 of clubs,
married
and
problem.
Kenny just
When you
gonna
marry,
call.
there was a
We're
universal
gambling,
Pocket
folks.
You know, like,
Well, I try my best.
And we have
like,
the
we
exact
take a
same
lot of
flop, if
vacation.
I'm not
That's my
mistaken,
way of
as
doing
last
it.
hand.
I try
Something
my
Yeah,
best not to
or at
work
least
on
pretty
Monday,
close.
Tuesdays. Like I organize all of my business stuff on Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays. So the days that I like. to
600
play most are
continue
Wednesday,
from
Thursday, Friday.
Paolo,
And
and
then Saturday
Kenny's got to feel
only
okay
is a
about
good
this
game.
flop.
Generally, that's the big
Two
trend
ladies.
on Saturdays
Yeah,
if I can get
but,
a seat. Yeah, and then
Question mark
anytime that
here
I feel
is,
like if I'm stuck, I'm just gonna
will
play more,
Kenny
right?
sort of spring the
And
trap
if
now,
I
and
do
he
that, I
will,
make sure we take a break,
1,500 to go with
vacation
the
right away
overpair.
whenever I'm caught up. So it's like I try my best to like.
don't you
be a
feel
good husband.
sick like a long-term relationship? Like,
Tough
I was
forward
in college,
for
it's like
Paolo to
8
have
years.
anything
I
that
mean,
you're
after
ahead
4
of.
years,
Yeah, but
I
divorce
do-
is really
And it's
expensive.
going to pay you.
I thought about
But
it,
of
yeah.
course, the pocket
I'll make it
tens,
up.
jacks
Away half of
of the world are certainly out there. Just not this time. So Kenny will take what's in the middle.
I just thinking like
Should've been
Kenny
president
up
for that,
$25.
Would've made
On
it
All
the
easy.
right,
easy.
going to Taco Bell. Let's go.
Oh, now there's a kid involved too. Oh, I'm stuck.
kids cute.
I earned enough in my 1-3 session earlier to make a Taco Bell run after this show. So
Nice.
that is in my future. Yeah.
It's a life win.
You don't play poker like a dad yet, so.
Kitty, 2 6s,
Raise to 300.
and the low
I do my
jack
own
raising
books,
it
so
right
whenever I
away.
lose a lot, I just
Ace
follow
queen
the
tonight,
market.
a lot of
It
ace
works out
queens.
great. Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 24 hands in, and we've legitimately seen just the top of the opening ranges,
Boys, we got him.
like over and over and over. It's been very consistent.
Wait outside the building.
A little bit surprising here that Kitty is not going to defend
Yeah,
the pair.
On stream, make it way better.
facing a standard
against
3-bet. I
Pokernomix.
mean,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Especially with him
Like I keep my job filters open though. You know, like,
folding
I'm not
to a
opposed
3-bet.
going back to work. It just has to be like.
I don't know. It's just, yeah, I wonder what she
Set yourself up where you
maybe she just didn't feel like dealing with it, being out of position with 2 6s.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an uncomfortable prospect, but
built on recurring revenue, right?
I think
It's like
very often
Yeah, my Philly
you're
sales
going to
not bad.
have
Like, I pay all of my small bills
flops
with it.
that
Like,
aren't good
and
for
I've
the
taken
3-betters
a
range,
3-month break now.
right? I mean,
So
you
it's
may
not
have
crazy money,
overcards
but
to your
it's
middling
nice to see a
pair,
check without
right?
doing
Where
anything,
6 is
right?
almost like a small
I'm a
pair,
huge
sort of
fan of
middling
it.
pair, but
I
you know,
go-
you're always going to have
this is
overcards, and that's
I
fine,
wasn't really
as
doing
long as
numbers on
it's
it.
not too
I
scary.
measured
And
the
you know, I
cost
mean, you
of
see a
a
9-high
client
board, a
each
10-high
follower.
board,
Every
like
follower
6
that I
is
get,
pretty good
well,
against
one,
the
I get a
3-betters
dollar.
range.
yeah,
Right.
sure.
And
It's
so,
really efficient for
yeah,
sure.
a lot of times you're going to see people defend
So
that.
I've used it and blown up here recently, and that's been a big driver.
Fire here will outflop JWin.
Pair and a flush draw. Yep. Interesting turn as JWin picks up top pair, but Fire hits the 3-high flush.
Have a beer.
and bets it.
Yeah, I was just visiting Austin.
For
when I was
two
For
there.
value, obviously.
So yeah, stay here. Stay here. I might go to
Let's
Austin
go.
next month.
Oh, JWin is just able to completely just
Can you
fold
text
top
me,
pair.
you have
And
my
he shows
phone
it.
number?
Classy.
Oh, do you?
Oh my goodness.
I have your Instagram.
Soul read
Can you
fold.
text me the
I thought
link?
about raising, but then you're Asian. I know. Asians don't fold such That's
I
like an
want to go
expert.
to places
Oh man,
before I
good
leave.
stuff.
Sorry, what were you asking?
I wonder if these guys know each other.
Yeah, they're very, very efficient. Like the last shorts I did, all I did was
Let's play a big one.
cut it out.
Yeah, dude.
I got
Saw the
43
19K
subs.
pot earlier, straight V top set. Let's play another big one.
That was like.
Yeah, as it stands, JWin and Paolo could definitely pile a bunch in the middle. JD, of course, also sitting on one of the larger stacks. So,
You had like 4 million views or something like that, but it drove so much.
all right, JWin gonna go for a low frequency open here with 7 tray suited,
Right.
Yeah, I want to talk to you more about that.
and Yao is gonna go for the even smaller frequency defend from the small blind.
I like suited clubs, it seems. In any format. Let's go. Welcome to Texas,
Oh
folks,
my
and he flops the joint. 8 high flush for Yao. This is why you play the 8 deuce. Fire with a live redraw. Or a live draw to the 9 high flush.
And Yao's gonna lead. I find this very unorthodox. And Fire is gonna raise.
Paolo, you played a lot? Yeah.
We're playing cards now, folks.
Yes, we are. Yeah, so we saw the first little taste of the street poker a moment ago. Here, just a couple hands later, it is right back in those streets. Yao gonna rip it in,
So not including
and that is gonna allow Fire to get away from his
probably at like
pretty bad flush draw, although it was a draw to a better hand.
That's a strong lineup. But Austin,
Yao gonna chip up to just under
we
10K.
can get it to run about 3 days a week. But it takes a lot of effort. That's like I host 1 or 2 of the
Yeah,
games.
JD and
Between me and
JWin
my
both
buddy,
sitting on over
we host the 3
20K.
games, but it's a lot of effort. You're calling people.
Well,
you're
chips on the
doing it all
table.
time.
Yeah, we can
That's the
see a
only way the
30K
game
plus
runs. If
pot.
you
It's
don't
apt to
do it,
happen
people
any
don't show up.
Any Tuesday night.
Yeah.
That's
People
it.
love
That's
joining
today.
big
Today's
games rather
Tuesday.
than starting it.
Yes.
Like they hate sitting
That's so true.
four-handed
Yeah.
for the first.
Dueling poker vloggers talking shop between
Summer
Pokernomix and JWin.
a lot of success with it. Izzy. He's great at getting that
Game runners are really important in the game because
He's clean
everybody's
again.
like, all right, bring 6 and I'll play.
800?
Yeah.
So the trick is to get that first
Yeah, yeah.
6, you know? Because everybody be happy to be the 7th and 8th.
Back over to Pokernomix facing the $800 raise from Kitty. He's coming along. JWin, how splashy are you feeling? Pretty splashy.
Don't get my phone number, I can just give you guys. Don't even follow me along.
No, I just want your money.
So Kitty here with the betting lead is going to flop bet.
My screen's frozen. Okay, there we go. Great flop for Kitty's hand. 93% to win.
Steven here in the chat says, tonight has been violent. Sort of glad to be ducking this action. Yeah, well, it could be you in there backing into Broadway straights. You never know, man.
Right.
But, you know, maybe that'll happen again. Someone will get bounced out, and we'll have to throw you into the
You're for a
arena.
tournament, right?
No. But I know the tournament bet when I see it.
All right, Kitty.
Stephen T is no stranger to the Tuesday night action. I've seen him rack up some 30, 40K wins, if I remember correctly.
Mr. Delivery backing up the truck.
You know I'm Vegas girl, right?
Tournaments and cash. Yeah, I was
Nice try.
watching Poker Traveler's Instagram stories and saw Steven's name pop up a few times. Running deep.
Yeah, I wished I could have been in day 2 with all of those crushers. Fighting for that top piece of the prize.
Yeah.
Are you looking at? You're a
Ran
tournament player.
into a spot there late on day one that he just couldn't get away from.
He did play that one. He
Few
did play
chips
that
in the
one.
stack to go fold and turn trips. My opponent had flopped bottom set, so I was drawn pretty thin and bricked down.
I finished enough to go home, and I was like, okay, that was decent. A decent finish.
Never feels any better busting a tournament.
It was
Not my favorite feeling in the world. Does it come aces and sevens for Yao?
Kyle was tilted that all the tables were taken up by tournament, so he just like
Poker
had nothing to do. He was mad that he didn't leave town to go to Vegas or something. He was like, I guess I'll just play it.
For 300, it is a little bit too much.
So he turned me here. Because he knew that they were going to table because it was like a TCH $1 million guarantee or something. And like, and so he knew all the tables would be taken up by tournament. So Kyle knew he couldn't get his fix anywhere else.
The table continues to be dominated by red. Only 2 winners tonight so far. JWin and Paolo. Every hand is an independent event, though.
Did you just get into the tournaments this year? Or
Yeah, and with stakes this large and the $100 straddle coming out pretty consistently now,
something like that.
I mean, these results are certainly not going to hold.
Right.
JWin here continuing to limp. We've already seen him limp at least once before, and relatively unorthodox.
No. What were you trying to bet?
I tried to bet on it, but I was cutting the money.
Don't worry.
You should.
His 400 is made 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Fire in the mix. Ace jack suited. Raised it to 400.
I'm okay, $400.
Good luck, Fire.
Yeah, I almost feel like someone pushed a button and big, like, red lights above the table came on, and it was like, action. And everyone was like, cool, we're in. Let's go. Let's do this. And, wow.
And it comes sevens and trays for Paolo.
Yeah.
Monotone board, Kenny with the only club.
It's only 4.
Check.
Sevens and sixes for JWin.
Bet 800. 800.
A river
spot
7.
here for JWin.
Go ahead.
It's a relatively modest bet. It's you know, half pot thereabout from Paolo into 3 opponents. So could see JWin going either direction with a raise or a call. Does just settle on the call. Kenny's out of there with the best drawing equity. And it'll get whittled down to just these 2 players. There comes the final club on the end. And now neither of these players are going to be too thrilled
Yes.
about the strength of their hand.
Interested to see if JWin can find thin value on the river.
Should have raised the turn. Yeah, that's my showdown.
Check. Okay. Got 7-3.
So JWin here is just going to get to turn over his superior 2 pair and ship this $3,300 pot, but you could hear him saying that he should have raised the turn, thinking that he was probably going to lose. And the flip side is that he probably could have raised the turn and gotten additional value and then gone check on the end as well. So, you know, a couple of ways to think about that one, but JWin wins nonetheless.
Can I get a hot tea?
But yeah, you always need a plan. You know, if you're gonna raise the turn there, you need a plan for what they do if they 3-bet you. And if the plan is, oh God, I don't even want to think about the plan because that would suck, then you don't have to even go down that road. You can just call and then see how things develop on the river. So I think that's a very reasonable approach. Steve C says JWin too cold. Yeah, no, he's running real cold tonight.
Raise 350. 350.
Get that man a sweater, you know.
Yeah. Freezing. 350 from Yao. Ace 4, Pokernomix. King 10. Calls in the big blind. JWin with
so
22,000.
when things first kicked off and the kind of big hands that we saw hand after hand crashing into each other, I was sort of just prepared for more of a standard evening of, you know, we're just going to play some big stack, deep, no limit Texas Hold'em style, you know, poker. And now I'm seeing that as soon as we get a little bit away from those premium holdings, players are still in the mix, still in there firing away. So we've got plenty of action here.
Yeah, ranges stay pretty wide. See, I'll bet's 400 with top pair.
Everybody has a pair, so could in fact just go 3 ways to a turn, but JWin is going to get out of there with his bottom pair. Surprising, as he's turned so many 2 pairs, you know, he might just flick another 400 in there, see what happens.
Sometimes when you're in that zone, can't be beat. You just know. Yeah, smartly. Continuing to, looked like he was about to bet.
It's a 1025 that you get going in Austin?
5, 10, 25. That way it's
700.
So yeah.
Instant log or some of the other
Small bet on the
Yeah,
turn.
40% pot here is sort of encouraging a good 10 to stick around, which oddly enough is exactly what Pokernomix has.
8 people together that is fresh.
And will indeed get the action. Pokernomix is going to need to see a king or a 10 here on the end instead of 5 of clubs.
Yeah, we'll do.
Nice sizing on the turn results-wise for Yao, getting a little bit extra from the ideal hand versus Yao's.
Yeah, and I would say normally that the sort of standard operating procedure would be to check back here, but Yao has already proven me wrong on multiple occasions.
He might go 3 streets, and he does. Instant call.
Yeah.
Welcome. Now this is ideal for Yao, getting all 3 streets with ace-4, scooping a $6,500 pot.
Yeah. And you can understand the call there from Pokernomix. He's not always going to have an ace to do his calling with. And just think about all of the 8-9s, Jack-9s, 6-8s, 6-9s. I mean, whatever could be in there from the pretty wide range of Yao. And Pokernomix correctly assessing that that is the potential range of holdings that his opponent could have. And he also has ace-4 there sometimes. He does,
And that rockets him to the 3rd spot in terms of winnings, winning 3,100 after that sizable win.
Jedi Master Ted joining us here in the chat. What's going on, brother?
You're playing for purple or something, right? Like, yeah. So people have like stacks and stacks of like.
Yeah, I was about to jump straight back into the street. The King 3-0. You know, a player just loves to play. Like, the cards and the money and all of that are just very much secondary to the thrill of playing the game.
Right.
When King 3-0 from under the gun is, you know, very nearly scratching
Giving it a
for you.
Yeah.
I go there. I don't play there much anymore. I think I've been there once in the last 2
Getting back to 800 with ace-queen, fire king 4 suited, having
They know.
limped, maybe, or maybe he was
Enough people tell them.
okay, limp.
He had opened and got 3-bet by Kitty.
Oh, excuse me.
But yeah, with not very many chips behind, I mean, Fire here, who has not rebought, is just going to lead jam it in for less than pot, and Kitty will snap call, recognizing correctly that even if her opponent has a pair, she probably has 2 overs and a sizable chunk of equity. We can, of course, see from the RF Poker app here that she is drawing 1 out and now 0.
Should have given her ace.
2 times, it looks like, maybe.
I guess it's good to have the guarantee. All right, let's get a jack. Make it spicy.
King
jack.
2 turns, 2 rivers. First board for Fire. 5 of diamonds safe.
Ship it. Ship it.
Oh, trips again. The case 4. Wow.
Some things are meant to happen.
So yeah, just a pretty
Can I check the deck?
unfortunate turn of events here for Kitty.
No
As
aces
she
or
is
queens, only
going
fours.
to pay off
Lots of fours.
15.
the double up for Fire, who's back in the mix. 4.8K now in the stack.
Playable stack for
Give him the
sure.
right back, yeah.
Almost 5,000. I like this crew tonight. Some good action tonight. You know, the King 4, the 8 deuce suited. This makes it a lot easier to commentate a game where you got some kind of non-standard situations coming up. Pretty fun game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a blast so far, and we're on hand at number 31, a little over an hour into the program, so we've got plenty more action on the way. If you are just joining us or haven't tuned in until just recently, I am Aaron McEvoy, joining me with Ben Kirby from Dallas TCH. We're doing a merch giveaway tonight to commemorate the hitting the 50,000 subscribers milestone. You'll see a pinned link in the chat. Follow that, enter in your information, and hit the like button to get yourself in the running for some sweet TCH merchandise.
I know all of you people out there love giveaways on this stream, so make sure you get in the mix. That form pinned in the chat. We're so close to 50,000 subs. We might be there now. Waiting on producer David to give us an update.
Cheating, not getting his cards.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, we were only 16 subscribers away as of about half an hour ago.
But you turned away from the table. Right?
Yeah, that's my fault.
You like took your cards and like swiped them back and forth for a little
Still
while.
shows 49.9 on my screen,
Text me and tell me what I got.
if all that is correct still.
Oh, shit. That's better, I don't know, anyway. It's tilting, you know, if you have a raising hand.
JD here, his turn to ride the ace-queen around. As that ace-queen has been popping up pretty regular.
Look what I confiscated for us.
Get called in multiple spots here. Fire going to close the action with the 5 tray of diamonds, so we'll go 4 players to a flop.
I'm gonna run good now. I ran bad already. I ran good and bad. I'm running good again.
Honestly, it's my
Everyone misses this flop by just about as far as possible.
Yeah. It could be the card.
Checks all the way through, and a deuce of spades now going to give Yao the best hand with 10s up. Yeah, Yao has not shown any hesitation whatsoever to attack these spots, and he will not disappoint this time and just take it down with the turn pair of deuces. Why not?
Nice suck out. Nice suck out.
15K in Yao's stack. Great for the game, this guy. Come back anytime.
Yes, yeah, I've got 3. A little 6, 5, and 3.
Oh, man.
About that 4.
Yes. What?
No, so he's about that 4.
No more.
Adoption's open, buddy.
I'm good.
No.
Good. I'll do that to you, bud.
I'm the kid you're adopting.
No, I don't want to.
I already got mine.
You're an expensive ass kid.
What?
I think that was mine.
What?
Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, you're good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
If this scans, it might be the card.
And it's so nice having the table audio. Reminds me of the days where we did not, and it was a very different experience, both watching and commentating.
Yeah, you kind of felt the need to just talk all the time because,
Right.
you know,
Because
there
it was
was
pure silence.
Yeah, I still find myself, you know, if I haven't said anything for a little while, feeling like, oh God, there's just silence. And it's like, no, that's what we have the table audio for. And sometimes it's good to be silent so that we can hear what they're all chatting about. Pokernomix with the Choctaw nuts. Jack deuce flops best, and he will bet it for half pot and take it down. Steve C in the chat wants to know, what are the red chips? They are $5 whole dollars.
King of hearts in my hand.
Might see a few players out there with some white chips, the regular size white chips. Those are $1 and going to be just used for the ticketing, which is, of course, always encouraged and appreciated by the dealers and all TCH locations. That is how they make their money. So you win a pot, throw them a buck or two.
It's like mad at myself for not raising the turn. For the box. Let it fucking steal the action. It's on you in this phone.
You raise the turn, yeah.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
For
It's a tough spot.
One of the few hands that folds all the way to the button, but JWin will not let that stand any further, and he'll open with 7-6-0. Fire going to defend from the big straddle and will go heads up to a flop.
She opened it out the small, throw the big for like 800.
oh yeah.
Open fold.
Neither player connects, but Fire will donk lead into this. 3 to a straight on both ends. And JWin.
This is so annoying if you're JWin, sitting there with 7 highs. Sounds like he's got plans.
Yeah, this is a range float for sure. JWin thinking really tough for you to have a very strong hand. So let's see if you continue betting on the turn. If you don't, or hell, even if you do, maybe I just push you off a bit later on in the hand anyway. But Fire is indeed going to continue firing. Half pot. Now the idea of bluffing Fire becomes a little bit more challenging because the stack to pot ratio is just about 2. Fire's going to flip it over and be like, yeah, no, I had king high.
JWin with the right instincts on flop, but it got a little expensive on turn. 7 high.
See the link posted in the chat there. If you would like to play on this game or any of the other TCH live episodes throughout the week, go ahead and click that link. Let us know who you are, when you're going to be in town, either in Dallas or here in Austin, and we'll do our best to get you in. We do always prioritize out-of-town players or players that have not had an opportunity to play with us very much, or if at all in the past. So if you're thinking about it, thinking about doing a little trip, or if you've just been kind of lurking and waiting for your opportunity, now's the time. Go ahead and sign up and we'll get you in.
Love to facilitate out-of-town players, bring a new perspective into the game. And you know, it's also cool as a player to be able to not only see your hands on stream, but also get insight into what everybody else had post streaming. It could be a helpful study tool if you're trying to improve your game, or just test your skills versus these high-stakes players based in Dallas.
When I was younger, like 10 years
Fire
ago, I
here,
used to come here for raves.
raising it up with blackjack.
Like raves, like
Love it.
EDM
400 to go.
I can't impose.
I always say that. It's a great city to live in.
Does have dominating hearts over Yao, who made 2 pair with the 7 tray suited before. Let's see if he can hit something this time.
It goes with that, like that laid back vibe.
Bottom pair for Fire, top pair for Kyle.
And that was the cool thing.
Yeah, Dallas.
And 4 red ones for Yao, but that's not good enough.
Jobs, cost of living,
Sports games, hockey games.
And this should set off alarm bells for Fire, given that Kyle Z has not played, I think, a single hand since I've sat down. So this looks pretty strong from a guy that's been quiet for the last hour or so.
I mean, if I ate a mediocre Korean
Fire, though, not the kind of guy to give up when he 3-bets the 9 Dewey.
Okay, that deserves 5-7. Okay.
Put out about a 5.75. Quick call from Kyle.
Pot brewing. 5 on the end. Kyle fades everything. Everything being deuces and nines. Not even nines, just deuces.
I'm not like an outdoors guy.
Halsey knows a check on the end is
Coming from like Washington.
open season for a little value bet, given that diamonds bricked off maybe, but he checks back.
Yeah, going for a value bet there with Queen 9 would be pretty thin, even given the sort of back and forth banter and everything that they're having in the hand, sort of just having a jolly good time. Kyle will take his showdown and ship a nice little 3K pot.
Kyle's waiting for that one. Winning 650, new iPhone, or maybe a used iPhone. This man
Yeah,
can
probably
buy.
a used one, right? I don't know. I'm an Android guy, but even the Androids are going for more than 650 these days. You kind of have to mortgage the house, or
Right.
you know, take out a equity loan on your car or something. How about you? Are you iPhone or Android?
iPhone. I'm not religious about it just because they've got me stuck in the ecosystem and it's too much friction to try anything else.
Yeah, you got the old ball and chain on you now.
Yep, 100%. Even though I know the fact that Android phones have better screens, better features, but they're just too implanted now.
Yeah, they won't throttle you. They won't kill your battery. They
Right.
Oh, just that one time. Oh, okay, cool.
The things that we put up with as consumers,
Yeah,
when it comes
especially
to
for a
things like phones.
super necessary thing like phones.
I run better versus Kyle than I run versus you.
Pretty wild. All right, 3 players to a flop.
Second pair for fire.
What?
Kyle Z with the 9-4 suited. Doth he represent? He does.
Thank God. This is the second best hand I've had all
Yeah, 3 clubs and 3 to a wheel. Definitely worthy of a C bet. He gets to show that one proudly.
With a grateful tip to the dealer for his good fortune. Killed pot, 2 in a row for Kyle Z.
What I really
Just
care
like
about
that,
is
he's
the
up over
person yelling in the chat
$1,000.
right now about my
Yeah.
UKIP. That's what I care about.
Pokernomix still rounding out the bottom of the leaderboard there, down nearly 9K. JWin hasn't made or lost too much here as of late, still right around 11K. Paolo not at the table. He's going to get his ace-8 mucked.
100.
Here comes the late position limp from Yao. King 10-0, and Pokernomix in the rattle.
Did you win last night?
He's going to raise this up to 400.
1-2. It was the only game available. I was trying to get on stream, but I couldn't. So just left. I played for like an hour.
What?
All right, heads up to a flop.
I like to play this stream every month.
Sorry, out of position, but
I like to play Dallas 2 to 3 days. I was talking to Mallory earlier. Hopefully,
You guys are allowed to act, I think. This strong card.
Is the next one black or red? Choose. Well, wait, we don't know which one is the next one. I don't want to get into that. Like, which one is the next one?
Yeah, if you can play live stream, you should play MVP Queen.
King high with a couple of 5s out there.
Big games in Austin.
Austin is like all of the like live stream
for
games.
Yao.
People like wait,
Checky.
like not really fish. They are not that
Pokernomix
bad.
here going to go ahead and fire out 500 on the
all the live stream
4.
they keep real like the.
It's a different demographic. You know, a lot of those California guys
I'm
have a lot of income.
surprised poker birds level higher than California here. Here it's higher.
Yeah, but it's funny, right? Like you. There's always this misnomer.
Pokernomix
like,
going to go for the
Texas
check
is like
bet
some
check line.
free cash or something like that. Like I hear from traveling players all the time. They're like,
Not seeing any graphics on my end.
Kitty.
Yeah, no, we're still sort of
people say like Texas
having a
is
little
money.
bit
This
of
is not
technical
easy money.
difficulties here getting
Like, everybody
everything
fights
right
back,
in. I
which
think
is great,
think
man.
this
It's
hand
always
is just going to
fun.
kind of have to get
Oh, it's just
played out
yeah.
before we can move on to the
Vegas
next
is
one
still the
in
best.
terms of the graphics and all. But yeah, this is going to be the
In what? Oh,
top
skills?
pair of
Yeah,
kings for Yao taking
wish-
this
I wish
one
there was a
down.
way to
I
like-
imagine he's going to go
Like
for a
every
little
state
value and
sends 5
Pokernomix
people
will fold.
to be a tribute. And, you know what I mean?
Did y'all get the same table down in Austin? Did they change everybody's out, or is it just the new system?
Yeah, so we actually were the beta testers for the RF poker technology. We have the RF table down here for, say, the better part of a year, if not a full year down here. We've been sort of working out some of the kinks, working with Manit and the RF poker developers to get things really buckled down and running smoothly. And I just got to give them a quick shout out here. They have done a fantastic job of improving and developing the software to a point where it runs just like a dream. And also, the ability to hide the whole cards, even from the production staff, so that nobody has access to that information until we are sitting here watching it with y'all, is fantastic from a security standpoint.
Yeah, there's some really smart people out there improving on a system that had a lot to be desired, and this is just such a significant improvement.
1, 2, 4, 8.
Come on, man. Just try to get so cheap.
Absolutely right. All right, 4 players to a flop. Top and bottom pair here for JWin.
JWin show continues.
So I told Nate when he was in the UK. He played some cash games. So I told Nate, get some money back for us.
Do you have some backdoor Broadway opportunities? Perhaps even backdoor Royal Flush for Kenny. Oh no, the Jack of Hearts is gone. I take it all back.
2 new businesses.
I don't think so.
But it is going to go check over to Kenny, who will bet. JWin will go for just the check call here after being the pre-flop aggressor. 7 of hearts here now, giving additional outs for Kenny. Check to a river. Queen of spades, and once again the slow play gets punished.
Until the next wave. Then on the next wave you can move to where you want.
JWin's 2-pair counter bid, now playing aces and queens with a 7 kicker, and gonna love seeing this bet from Kenny on the end, and by love I mean hate. But he'll pay it off nonetheless.
Wasn't even their money, it's crazy. Nice.
As here the recipient of some run good. He'll ship the 4K pot.
Nice win for Kenny, and JWin knows that he plays enough poker to not be super worried about that. Not a huge pot, and just part of the game. He's happy to see a guy like Kenny drag a pot, especially, not trying to get too greedy. He knows that he's having a great night for himself, and so he's not going to win every single one.
Yeah, that is one aspect of the game that is important to keep in mind, that you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, and sometimes it feels like you're doing all of one or all of the other. But yeah, it's important to not get too wrapped up in what exactly is happening to you in this sort of moment, because poker is a long game. It's a game of many, many, many hands, and at any given moment you can feel like you're getting crushed or on top of the world or whatever, but that will fade, and before you know it, you'll go right back to the usual variance of up and down and all over the place.
And the fortunate and unfortunate fact about this game is that losing is a big part of this game. That's what makes it so interesting, is because it's zero sum and there's always going to be winners and losers. But it's easier said than done sometimes when you're on a long streak of run bad, as I'm sure everyone that plays poker out there can attest to.
True. All right, texture changing card here on the turn. Front door flush draw comes through. Kyle Z, the only player with a heart, and another one peels off. Kyle Z will finish here with Jack high flush. And after all this is checked through, yeah, I think he can go for a little bit of value, which he will. 4 1/4. JWin pretty much the only player that could have thought about paying that one off with the top pair, but once again, after checking the flop, checking the turn, just kind of getting to one of those spots where your strong made hand on the flop is no longer good.
Yeah, I like that.
Quick fold of the top from JWin, just not even thinking about it. JWin's a pretty good card player. There's a reason we see him playing this level and also at those main event final tables. Also, it helps to run good in certain spots.
Yeah, I don't care how good of a poker player you are. You're never just gonna like
Muscle.
brute force your way through with skill. You have to get some of the run good, the luck, the poker god smiling upon you in order to make those deep runs. But that's how the best players are able to sort of leverage that run good is to build up a stack, apply pressure, and sort of execute in ways that a lot of other players are incapable of or unwilling to. And that's how you can make those really good runs.
I'll throw some other ones in the next history.
It's always the same pose. I don't want to.
It is still super impressive to me to see you guys that play so many tournaments, like consistently making deep runs in these fields that seem just impossible when you're a recreational tournament player. But the guys that can consistently show up, battle through the variants, and then also post consistent results in tournaments are just like so impressive to me, because tournaments are a beast, requires a ton of mental fortitude and endurance, and some people just seem to have it figured out.
Yeah, we've got them all in here, so it's a $600 bet pre-flop, and now just Fire jamming it in with the top pair, no kicker. And Paolo, yeah, snapping him off here. We run it out one time, and the king is kicking.
What a check.
For Fire to go down to the felt.
$7,000 pot, and Paolo continues to stack. He's probably up over 10,000 in profit now. Hope we didn't lose Fire. I hope he's not shy. Gonna rebuy. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, Paolo in the top spot now, just under 10,000
Where do I stay?
profit.
My house. No, I live in Plano. Suburbs.
Okay, I know. Is it close to Chinatown, right?
It's kind of close to China. It's like north of Chinatown. Chinatown's in like Richardson, I would say. There's a Koreatown and Carrollton north of here, but we got Chinatown, we got Koreatown, but yeah, Plano's just the suburbs.
Yeah, fantastic diversity there in the Dallas area. Got to explore the Addison area a little bit when I was there. We went to a really nice steakhouse. But I would love to go to Koreatown and Chinatown and really get a feel for those places as well. As I have not been able to do that in Dallas.
So much good food, yeah, in this town. Yeah, Addison has got some sneakily good restaurants.
Okay.
Oh, no, that means he has kings.
I went to a Korean barbecue place just last night with a friend of mine, and it's so much fun, just like throwing all that stuff on the grill, and just
so good.
So good.
All in again. Ace Queen versus Ace 10.
I need a 9.
And
so
Pokernomix
here just ripping it.
Oh, 10K pot just like that while we're talking Korean barbecue. Pokernomix adding 5K to this stack like a boss.
Yeah, and I feel bad that I didn't even see that happen, but the fact that Fire just snap jams in his fresh rebuy was a little bit unexpected.
Limp from Fire, raised to 400 from Pokernomix. Fire rips it for 5,000.
Pokernomix, who had been running kind of bad, got smashed early. Is going to go ahead and pick up a big chunk back from his
It's more than 25.
I got you.
Stack of high society. Pokernomix, reducing the loss a bit. We're losing 4K.
How much? 5,000 more? Yeah.
Mark Wee says you should check out Mudepo. I'm sure I didn't say that right. They have an instant ramen bar, all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue. Dang.
That sounds dangerous.
I'm going to get hungry.
Yeah, I accepted the first agreement. I haven't accepted the shorts yet.
We should,
but
we should talk about that.
Yeah.
Being in tech and being on the kind of VC side of things now, like I'm into a lot of futuristic stuff, and I think you're right. Dead on as far as like YouTube and content. And that's.
I mean, there's some really interesting things like, you know, where's the money going to come from? Like, sponsorship money is long form.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I'm getting reached out, like, for long form stuff.
Sure.
The affiliate sales, long form stuff.
Straddle.
Straddle.
2 7s for Fire, limping for 100. He's back for another 5K.
From what I've seen.
Pokernomix, 325 with ace-9 suited, and Paolo tempted, 10-8 suited on the button.
For shorts.
Subscriber base on the short form reels. And
Yeah,
stuff.
they have a shit ton of shorts, but like no engagement at all. So it's like their money is gonna come. This move is gonna benefit them.
So Fire here, who's already gone for the back raise jam all in with the ace 10-0, now has a pair with a lot of just calls. And yeah, he's basically going for it again.
Tons of dead money in the middle.
Yeah, all in from Fire, looking to get it all back in one fell swoop, or at least a substantial chunk of it. Pokernomix was just the recipient of this action just a moment ago, but now he's got players to act behind. He's got ace-9 suited, which is not terrible, but isn't going to do great. Certainly not as well as the ace-queen is if he is up against a pair, you know, say pocket 10s or something. Much rather have the ace-queen.
I fold.
And Pokernomix is going to let this go. He's going to give a little show to his neighbor, and everyone else dips out of the way. Kenny would be hard-pressed to find the call button on this one.
Kenny knows that Fire, or he's seen Fire rip it 3 hands in a row, so it's unlikely, or Fire can have a lot of different hands, but ace-4,
No, hold him.
see a lot of players maybe put in the 3-bet squeeze with this hand, but not calling off for 5 grand generally. He can do whatever he wants, but generally you don't see them call off 5 grand with ace-4.
Yeah, this is the thing where it's like you love to have the ace-5 or the ace-4 suited when you're doing the raising, because you're like, all right, I'm putting it to him, and if I win, I'm going to feel super pumped. Whoa,
and
Kenny
he is going to call.
All right, Kenny's going to take his turn.
We are gambling now, folks.
Oh no.
Does flop a pair, Fire still best. 10 on the turn, 7's well out in front, and it's another 10, so full house. Both players, but Fire with the superior full house, and he's going to get that 5K right back.
And that's how you do it, folks, I guess. If you've got an unlimited bankroll, just keep putting it in there. Eventually you'll double up. And Fire got a playable stack. 11K, and somehow he's only down 4. With all of that.
Yeah, and Kenny, who was up about 1,000, now going to be back in the red after that hand.
I don't. I'm thinking about a stream strategy, but the thing is like.
Carlo joining us in the chat. What's going on, brother?
What's going on? So I'm like, trying to cut them out apart. There's something interesting in streams, but the gamers that have left Twitch for YouTube, they're going back to Twitch. So I think people were really hyped for YouTube a year ago, YouTube Live a year ago.
He's queen suited for JD. Been pretty quiet the last 45 minutes. See, Paolo is jack suited.
Try to do something that I see people aren't, or they're back tracking.
Let's lurk on their last
Really thinking about it. Pace deuce. Methodical. Oh, baby. Kyle Z with 2 kings.
Because I bought it when I did all the branding.
Yeah.
Let's play a huge one.
Like, who's really using this as like a vehicle to
Certainly
drive
going
traffic
to
to their
be
channel? Like, what do their skins look like?
So Twitch driving,
at least a
driving
moderate
their
size
streamers to
one.
the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I mean that would be the
Three-bet
funnel.
to 750.
I've seen gamers emulate that too,
JD,
where they,
if he calls, is sort of inviting Paolo into the hand as well, and he would have to play this one as man in the middle. But he has good playability with the hand at like ace-queen suited, so seems like the reasonable course of action. Paolo getting to close the action and play in position, certainly going to make the call. And here we go, 3 players to a flop. Kyle Z first to act with the betting lead and the best hand at the moment.
I'll have 3,000 people watching, and I'm trying to drive
Jack 3-9 rainbow.
And I haven't worked on that instant presence as much, but
the problem with
Alzi
TikTok,
with an
though, they don't
overpair.
have, like, a
Paolo
creator fund.
oh, I know.
in a position to get value owned
Like, I
potentially.
imagine at some point they got to think about it. Like, there's not a path to making money on TikTok.
And being in cybersecurity, I mean,
I like this check here from Kyle.
Yeah.
If he bets, these are all some of the deepest stacks at the table. If he's up against a set, he bets now, he's probably just looking at losing it all or very close to it. If he checks, he can induce some bluffs, and he can also protect his flop checking range. See if he goes for the check raise or just the check call. It is just the check call. JD now, 3 to a straight.
so that
Yesterday I saw a
flush,
kangaroo
but
and a
he's
guy
gonna let
boxing.
this go.
It's crazy.
Ace of clubs on the turn. This is so brutal.
JD for the brief moment there, of course, being like, "Oh no!"
Good moaning.
I would have just gotten there, but no, you didn't.
like on Facebook, the shorts have like stars. They give you it's like an incentivized.
Turning into the Paolo show a bit.
Tokenized system within that. So rather
Turning
than
top
see
two.
the reels that they like, they can just tip it, right? I just got.
And yeah, stack to pot ratio here still at 2.5. Definitely need to bet for value. Build this pot a little bit further so you can jam the river.
So like I have one that
Got a
has
cooler ace king.
I don't even know my login for Facebook.
Cue the chat pros. Should have raised flop.
I'm turning 37.
Should have check raised flop.
Yeah, we have seen the data points sort of falling in line with this strategy because the turn coolers and stuff are really coming through.
King! Oh, Rivers a set of kings. Suck, resuck.
Okay, now let's see how Kyle Z plays this. This is a very important card to peel off. He is going to check it.
Unbelievable.
He's going to check it. Paolo may check this back. That king is a terrible card for Paolo to get value.
Paolo checks back. I'll be very impressed. 8,700 in the middle. Kyle Z with basically a pot-sized bet. Paolo thinking, can I fold this if I get raised?
The problem with the king is, what do you beat now that you can get value from? It's exactly ace
Check
queen. Yes,
back. Wow.
Brilliant check. Brilliant check from Paolo. It really isn't that difficult to see that you need to check here if you play enough poker, but at the same time, you will have some players still go for it there, feeling like, no, I just have such a good hand, I should go for value. And that is just the worst card in the deck to peel off, and Paolo correctly recognizing that it's time to just shut it down and hope to win with what he's got.
Kyle Z with an absolute gift of a river, and Paolo doing his part, making world-class check there. Wow.
We have seen some absolutely savage runouts here so far.
Unbelievable.
On TCH Live Tuesday. My goodness.
Paolo. I've been looking for the opportunity to slow roll you for like 4 years, and I haven't had a single one.
That's a
Not a single one.
Oh,
What does that tell you?
I want a table 1 week here where we run it once and slow roll. We need
Outstanding check. Like, even if it's standard,
but not, but it's Tuesday.
it's hard to check back 2 pair in that
Tuesday.
spot.
Yeah.
I think for all the recreational players, myself included, it's like, I want to bet again there. King Jack will pay me, but man, these guys play at a different level.
See how Kitty approaches this one. She is just going to fold again. I was going to say she folded the 6s to the 3-bet earlier. She's going to just sort of avoid playing out of position against the strong, aggressive, deep stack opponents, which honestly isn't a bad recipe. It's just, you know, sometimes a little bit surprising when you see some of these hands go in the muck. Of course, King Queen off going to play much differently against a 3-betting range than pocket 6s. But. Private Parts wants to know, how was that a suck out?
I paid for like a bathroom of his house, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you walk it, if you watch it from start to finish, you'd see that it was suck, resuck sort of situation.
Flooring?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe flooring. Yeah.
Italian marble.
Give me a little plaque somewhere. On JD.
Mr. Will Lottie joining us here in the chat says, fun fact, I busted Kitty from the WSOP main event last year.
That is a fun fact.
That is a fun fact.
Interesting set of hands developing. Yeah, at least for Wood. JWin raises to 250 with everyone's favorite ace-5 suited. Kyle Z right away to 800. Kenny cold, king-queen suited. Calls. Fire. Doth he rip it again?
There was a moment where I was like, uh-oh.
Oh, he's going to do it.
And then, yeah, I know. Fire has chips again. He's not going to blast them all in here, especially with this action.
Four-way action. 3,300 in the middle.
And so everybody's been like coming up to me like,
King,
wow.
queen, 10. Top 2 for Kenny and middle set for Kyle Z.
Gut shot and backdoor hearts for JWin as well. I mean, obviously, it's unlikely that the price will be set at a point where he can find himself on a turn. But
Back-to-back
you never
premium
know.
sets for Kyle Z. And he's going to get a raise from Kenny, it looks like.
This is a who killed Kenny situation, and the answer is very likely to be Kyle Z unless a king comes off on a later street. This is a raise up to 2.5K. Stack to pot ratio already very near to 1. Kyle Z here should be thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage.
That's right. Or the Westgate. Kyle Z going all in. An instant call from Kenny.
It's a king and a king only. Running spades, not going to do anything for anybody, and it's an ace on the end.
A $23,000 pot. In the man, headed to the man with the black shirt, Kyle Z. And if anyone is watching the stream for very long, you know the rough history that Kyle Z has on stream. He rarely is on the winning side of these situations, so it's good to see him scoop a nice-sized 23K pot for once.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so as we get the stacks verified, the chips ship over, we are just about near the halfway point of the show. We're probably coming up on a flip here before you know it. I'm going to go ahead and step out, let you call the action here, Ben, for just a moment. I'll use the restroom and be back in just a minute.
Sounds good. 5K chip in the mix for Kyle Z. It's nice to be stacking 5Ks. Can't say I've ever done that, but I imagine it feels pretty good.
Alter a lot every week, or is it like, 20? Yeah.
Almost 400 of you out there watching in TCH Live Land. Thanks for joining us. It's Ben K. Aaron McEvoy in the mix. Do a little cross, how do you say it? Cross location stream. I'm in Dallas, Aaron's in Austin. The stream is quarter 50 no limit hold'em live from Texas Card House in Dallas. And it has been a fun one up to this point. Almost 2 hours we've been at it. King Queen suited for Paolo.
Yeah, that's right.
And things are not slowing down. Now suited clubs again. Jack 8.
That's what Reese trying to do. I think Reese be the agent.
Pokernomix with 2 9s.
Come with me to February and I'll make a vlog on it. We'll take a road trip with JE.
3-way action.
Can I plan the dinners and the parties?
Oh, hell yeah.
But I need an invite.
Jack 6. Trips for Yao. The suited clubs once again works out for Yao.
Okay, guys, how many people? 2?
225.
Thanks, JWin. I'll tell you how it was.
225, smooth call from Yao. Pokernomix with 2 9s. He's coming along, and there's 1,500 in the middle. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Open-ended straight draw for Paolo. Makes things interesting. A 9 on the river would be very, very sick.
Looks like backdoor Broadway is in full swing here.
In play for sure. Paolo using the 10 to continue on turn.
An asset library, and I pay whatever it was, like $200 a year. I should probably cancel it using it. But
is there any like pop songs on there that are like current?
what they do is they get these like indie artists to make very mainstream sounding music.
Okay. If you use like copyrighted music,
Yeah, any
they'll
of that,
copyright check yourself.
it picks it up quickly and won't let you monetize the video.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, I was
The,
wondering,
Jack's
like,
full.
when you get started, for example, if it would be cool to use a lot of like
Mainstream
So
music.
that was a misstep of mine. Is I used a lot of that bullshit on a lot of my stuff that went viral on like short form on TikTok. It could not monetize on
Paolo giving this one up with the king high. Yao obviously
the video.
No, the videos. Yeah.
afraid
But
of
if you have
nothing.
a good video,
Trying to
you
figure out
want
how to
full
get the max, but
pay from it. You know what I mean?
unless he can induce Paolo to bluff some kind of way, he's not going to
Right
make
now, like
much.
artists, mainstream artists, they know they're missing out on.
Yeah, the
revenue
tricky part here is to
because
decide if you want to try to
independent content
get your
that people like
opponent
me and you
to
are
call
making,
you with
some
an
of them are
ace,
really good.
you know, and
So they wanna
you
figure
know,
out how to
bet
make money
super
from it.
small so that they feel
know
like,
there's
oh, well, I mean,
services
I
that
chop with
will
every
let
other
you
ace.
use
Or
it
go
for
big and make
$1.
it look like you're trying to push them off
And
the
it's just up
chop,
to us, you know,
Yeah.
whether or not
which
we
you
want
could
to
also
sell it,
do with an
like, if I
ace,
can
but
use-
I've seen some
opts for
much
the
bigger
small sizing
podcasts
here.
that'll use mainstream music, and they will mention like I pay for the rights for that.
Yeah, it'll be like, you know, $1 or $2 or whatever. It might be more.
Yeah.
I feel
Like
like
even
if
if a
you're
guest just starts singing the lyrics to a song, they'll be like, "Stop! We're gonna have to pay
Yeah.
for the."
Paolo's body language here is
Yeah, depending on the content, though,
indicating
mainstream music
that
can be a
he's
huge
either
difference,
just
you know?
calling or
The
folding.
music itself keeps people
Tough to
watching.
consider
Considering a
raise
hero
after
fold
the
with
lean
king
back.
high.
Long form content with
Yeah.
no music is like they just get bored and move on.
He does beat some like 8-9s,
like hand histories.
some pocket 9s, you know, sort of things that have gotten counterfeit,
That's absolutely correct. I can watch. I can see where people fast forward and shit.
which I made a big hero call in the Choctaw main event with pretty much exactly this sort of board with exactly that sort of folding, called with the king high in a spot where, yeah, there's a lot of counterfeit 2 pairs, and they are completely incentivized to bet.
Same here.
And they don't have to go real big, because if they ever get you to fold your ace or your king high, they're good. Yeah, so he does make the call here. I'm not exactly sure how everything played out on this hand, but he does look it up here, and yeah, we'll get the value.
5,600 headed over to Yao, and maybe his image is paying off,
Smash that flop.
rivering a full house and getting paid a little extra on the end. So with the king queen hand at Choctaw, how was the result, or does the result matter?
It was the exact same. They had top both. I was gonna say that as soon as we got to the end of the hand. I was like,
Well,
yeah,
it's
no,
a
but
good
it's
thought
the same
process.
thing. Yeah.
Somebody could be on Pokernomix.
Same thought process, same result. Yeah.
That's right.
He's kind of
What's the
recognizable.
biggest cash game per
Yeah, but it was against an opponent that had already shown a big bluff in a spot
Anything bigger than
and was a very capable player. And I knew,
And I haven't sold actually.
like, well, from the betting pattern, that there's plenty of under pairs to the board that can, you know, bet one street and then sort of slow down and then feel like, oh shit, you know, now my hand's counterfeit. It's time to try to bluff them off of here.
Yeah, like I mean,
The best players will be balanced in tricky ways, and you'll end up looking like an idiot sometimes. That's just fun.
Six deuce deuce. 2 3s of Pokernomix ahead for now with the king queen.
If I'm
JD.
going to play like 200, 400 good cash game, then I will be interesting because it will be good.
Great card for JD's continuation range here on the turn. Pokernomix giving him the side eye. JD here gonna check, says my hand is a little too good to bluff, so I'll just check it over. Can also, of course, always go for the bet check bet line when Pokernomix checks it back, which he does.
There's that element of like trying to make a name for yourself too, and so if you're able to get into a lineup with like a really huge pro, sometimes that can be a way to make a name for yourself. So that's when like I kind of want to just raise money and play the game. You know.
BRB.
Bet 1,200 on the river. Do it.
Okay.
That would work. 2K works. Your bet sizing.
I mean, you and I are really different.
Back and
like,
forth about
you
the
already
size
have
of the bet on the river that would have worked. 1,200? No. 2K? Yes, says Pokernomix.
You know, like, my reputation is like very small. I still have a lot of work to do. If I do well in a big 200, 400 game, like that can be.
I do love how much the overbets have become a part of the everyday ecosystem. Like, I will say that the only time that I saw overbets in low stakes games was when you would have your kind of inexperienced players that would do the first 3-bet that they've done all night, and then see a 10 high flop with their pocket aces and just go all in, just rip it and hope for the best. Outside of that, the overbets really haven't filtered into the ecosystem until much more recently, but they are here to stay, certainly in the higher stakes.
Like, instead of snap calling, and you're just like, you're like, maybe I shouldn't call actually. I want that time to let the fear sink in. A little bit of a take a second. Let the fear
there on the graphics for a moment. Looked like someone had bet 2,500. That was incorrect. Kyle V is going to take it down with the flop flush draw though.
Got many pots off me.
Bluffing?
Semi-bluffing, oh yeah. But never
Jack Rivers Poker says, really need the 100 likes. You're absolutely right. We do need those likes. If you have not had an opportunity to strike the like button yet, we would appreciate it oh so much. And help out those folks that are trying to get a piece of the giveaway, some of the merchandise here. So hit that like button. Do also make sure that you are subscribed to the channel.
What'd you say?
And yeah, let's give away some merch.
I said fire's scared now. Make it 200. 200? You gonna call 200? Yeah, what are you gonna do, JD? Yeah, what you gonna do, JD? Gonna call.
Kenny and Fire here both playing suited aces.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared of fire.
He's gonna call the 100. Respect.
All right. I talked him into it, boys. I'm sorry. I influenced the action. I apologize.
We are going to go 4 players to a flop. Kyle V in there out of the straddle.
Oh, wow.
With the 3-4-0.
Please the fifth. Is it court? No court?
Dukes.
Checks through. 9 of spades on the turn. Improves no one. Fire and Kenny here chopping if we get to showdown as it stands.
Found the quads, boys. Found the quads. Found the quads.
But Kyle is going to bet with the 8-4-0 and he'll take it down. Sitting on 30K. See one of those little yellow chips hanging out on the top of Kyle's stack. One of the Pikachus.
I have such bad PTSD with flips. In the game that we play, we sit under table 17, so we just call it table 17. No. There's like table 17 flips.
You should just
and
call
it's every
Kyle.
half an hour, which is racehorse like that,
Every half an hour?
Every half an hour.
It's a fireboard.
Like,
Fireboard.
at the beginning of the night, 100, and then it becomes 2.
All right, so dealer chain.
Pushes to 3. Bro,
we're going to do a $250 flip.
So the whole story is, it took me 3 months before I won one.
Are you serious?
And it's just imagine trying to fucking beat
So sick.
consistently losing 400.
250 in there blind.
And there's PLF flip?
Yeah.
And
it's just a racehorse. It's just random.
Yeah, the flips are always fun. I mean, we were playing 2-5 there at TCH Dallas just the other day, and one of the players was like, "Hey, you guys want to do a flip?" And we were like, "Yeah, sure." He was like, 100? And everyone was like, "Okay." I mean, we did a $100 flip at 2-5. Like, why not? Yeah. I chopped the first one and bricked out the second one, so I still made whatever, like $350 or something.
That's a win.
I want to do $300 flips. At the end of the night, I'm just like, I just lost 5,000 in flips.
Yeah, 2-5 up here plays a little bigger than normal casino 2-5.
Yeah. Yeah, man, with the match to stack here in Texas,
I only know one word, but I don't know what it means, so I'm not going to say
these games rapidly balloon up from the sort of stakes that they start at.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we had several players with over 4K. We'd get a new player, and if they were, rolled for it and ready to go, they'd just sit down, look around the table, see how much they could match up to, and pull that out of their little coin purse or whatever,
That makes things balloon really quickly.
He's not
All those
scared.
match
He
the
said-
stack games.
Not scared.
All right, but if
It
he
starts out
wins,
normal,
it's not
can-
here, we chop it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I played the 1-2-5 Congress game
You're
here,
right, that's
and
more
there,
fair.
I was sitting there with 10,000 after playing all night. It's just absurd
Yeah.
what match the stack can do.
All right.
Yeah, in fact, one of the 2-5 tables there in Dallas the other day had very clearly been running for quite some time, if not all through the night. As one of the players had like 20K, and you know, new players were coming in and you know, not maybe matching all the way up, but getting about 10K out or so. All right, people turning over cards to find out who is going to ship this one.
Fire looks like he's got everything.
Pair the board.
King 10 9-8 with spades. King 10 nut straight.
Yeah, King 10 is going to finish as the nuts.
All right, I'm done.
You're right. We should have jumped him out. I'm sorry.
So add a little more to Fire's stack.
Let's go.
We like to see it. We like to see the action players get a stack.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fire, who had fired in a couple of those 5K bullets trying to double up, got one snapped off and lost, and another one called and won. So here we go. That's going to move him up to stuck 3K, which is not so bad, all things considered. Kenny, though, is down the most, over 15K in the hole. JD down a fair bit as well.
Are there lockers here?
Kenny, the unfortunate recipient of Kyle Z's set versus top two in the $23,000 pot. Kyle Z just crushing the game now after that. Fire's got first aces sighting.
Here comes the limp. Pokernomix going to limp as well. JWin could certainly be convinced to see a flop for $100, and he will. Oh, is Yao going to step in it is the question.
I'd be
Queen Jack, a
tempted.
squeezable hand, but
For good reason.
For and Fire, who was like, come on, squeeze it, baby.
3-3, Kyle Z.
Oh my God, Kyle.
Oh, baby.
Plastic tournament bag board.
And this, cue the chat. That's why you don't limp aces. 250 and a call. Feels like an okay flop for the two aces.
And then next day you came in and they gave back to you. Oh, this is kind of nice. I'm gonna keep this bag. I'm tearing open to get my chips, but like, I'm gonna keep it.
Ace on the turn.
Unbelievable.
Is that a good read?
Ace of hearts on the turn.
But very possible.
Nine of spades.
Very possible.
Even a gut shot for Yao. Everybody's still alive to catch up and defeat Kyle Z's flopped trip threes, but he'll bet 800 and get the Queen Jack-O out of there. And now on to Fire, who is going to continue trapping. It bricks it out.
Kyle Z wants to go 3 streets, trying to get the max, especially with this safe run out. He knows it's probably unlikely he gets paid by much.
Yeah, but he unblocks the 8, right?
Yep.
And doesn't have any hearts. So pretty great spot to go for a big bet there. Goes for 1,400, relatively modest size. Doesn't want to scare off any of the pairs that Fire might have. And gets snapped off, of course. Wow. So Fire, they're losing the minimum. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Win a big pot with Jack 3.
And now Kyle Z continuing his dominant run this last hour, plus 23,000.
Mo the Cat here being reprimanded by Streamlabs for the old caps lock maneuver.
Looks like you're drinking liquor there for a second.
But yeah, somebody was going to say it. Mo happy to take on that role.
Let's make some content.
There's always one. Jack 3 feels pretty rude, though. You know, to even with it limping around, the Jack 3 winning there feels disrespectful.
You know what? Jack 3-0 deserves its time. Its you know, its moment in the sunshine, just like any other hand.
That's right. Good point. Good point.
It gets overshadowed by the Choctaw Nuts, the Jack Deuce already. I mean, you know, it's
Yep.
like, come on, man, I'm better than that, and I don't get any of the credit. How about now,
You don't make
bitches?
content when you're winning, right? That's right.
Yeah.
Matthew Williams wants to know what's a flip.
Am I losing content?
A flip is when you everybody antes a certain amount and you just kind of run it out. You put all the cards out there and everybody just gets a hand, and whoever has the best hand wins. But usually turn over individual cards sort of one at a time to see who has the best hand at any given moment and see if the next player can catch up. Get a little bit of fun out of it. Our Sanctuary here saying that we just hit the 50K subscribers, which I dare say that is correct. We are at 50,001 total subscribers. Thank you guys so much for everything you've done, and congratulations on hitting the 50K subs. That's going to hit the. That's going to trigger the giveaway, which means if you have not already signed up by clicking the link and filling out the form with your information, better do so now.
Let's go. 50,000.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think you. Yeah. What?
Thank you to everybody that has hit that subscribe button for us throughout the years. Very cool milestone to hit.
I told you he's playing scared. I said that, if I remember. See, he wasn't
First 50 is the hardest. We're headed to getting a plaque.
Content creators that didn't come from like a serious poker background and do more
You gotta
of
say,
like
JD, you're playing scared, and then the trap set.
comical, like silly shit.
So 250 to go from Paolo. Kyle Z makes the call.
His are very well edited.
And Fire here is going to squeeze from the straddle. Makes it 750 to go. So a very modestly sized squeeze. It's called in both spots. And King High, a couple spades. Really not an inspiring flop for anyone. If Fire continues betting, he would take it down, but he's going to give it up with a check.
So what did you do on a
Kyle Z here way out in front, although there are plenty of counterfeit outs
I'm
that
focusing
could
on PLO content, PLO
take
bond
this
content
spot away from
specifically.
him, but he'll bet
That's
and
what they
win.
have assigned to me. But the other part of my job, which is much more of what I do, is like affiliate sales. I kind of took the last 3 months off, but like the marketing side, like
25,000
content and then
for Kyle Z.
to subscribe. They pay
That's a
me
good
well.
night.
It's a great night. Yeah, absolutely. The tough part is that you've got to, if you're in it to win it, you got to maintain the win for the next 2 hours, which is easier said than done on this table.
We stay from Thailand, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true, but Kyle Z, as one of the more regular players, not only on this live stream, but in the high stakes game in Dallas, is going to be very well accustomed to these sorts of nights.
Yes.
You just keep playing. Just keep
I
swimming.
thought she was
you know?
Thai too.
Yeah, right?
But Vietnamese Thai people, they look the same. We're all dark skinned. Huh?
Fire here. The Jack Trey. Can't fool with that. That's a good hand. It wins pots.
Let's go.
Yao, this is like his third or fourth time playing the 7-3 suited. Lots of gutty.
Lops the gutty. Top pair for JWin. Pairs the board on the turn.
And if I couldn't see the cards here, I would swear that someone has just improved 2 trips,
I don't know anyone.
given the way that the boards have run out tonight.
Yeah.
I don't like social. I like to talk. But now I don't know how to talk to people here. I don't know anyone yet. I normally talk a lot.
Fire is going to bet the turn with the 0 equity bluff.
Well, everyone know I crush on people.
JWin, oh, JWin calls, Yao raises.
Well, you're very vocal about it.
He's like, I'm in the
Very
blind.
vocal about it. 'Cause you were playing
I've got a
with-
gut
you were
shot.
doing
Like,
a
screw you
double
guys.
open.
You're
So
going to
just,
fold
like,
pretty
open,
much everything. And let's
very
see if
open.
Jay does indeed fold or stick around.
I didn't know you
His hand has been relatively well
Just
disguised
like very open.
with check on the flop, so I don't think he can fold just yet.
In Vegas last
He concurs.
no, October for Stone Ass. He said I give him so much trouble. His girlfriend kept asking what's going on.
Not a
Aces and
5.
eights.
Well, I think we went to dinner. I think it came up with the dinner. I don't think
Yeah,
you were in
JWin
with
does
us or
improve
No.
Yeah, but we
to
went
now
dinner
be
later
beating
with
all
Derek
of the
and
other
people done
superior
stuff.
ace
Sometimes my
X.
his girlfriend came, you know, it was fine. I was just like, oh,
Yeah, we'll bet again. 1,200 for
I think it was
2/3
fine until
pot.
you, like, tweeted out, and then,
Pretty
like, people
easy
said, like,
call
"What's about
incoming
here?"
here
And
for JWin. Don't think raise makes much sense at all, as he does still lose to any 6 or the 7-5 combos of the world.
Yeah.
I like Italian more.
They posted a highlight video of him today, and they said, "Euro crushes Texans." That's what they said. So Trippier loves
Anyone
that.
in the tank considering
Yeah, I
a
think-
raise sometimes?
No, I think he's just trying to decide if he should ever be folding a hand like this.
No,
I mean,
definitely don't.
I just don't think you ever can.
I just don't know how many cents you have.
Sorry, I don't do that anymore.
Yeah, he was trying to. I mean, I understand the thought
Oh, yeah, straight for a
process
second.
there. It's like you go through your hands, you
guess
try to
that's
think
fine.
about
Oh, you're
the
straight.
hands that you arrive at the river with, and you call with your best ones. You can fold some of the middling ones and all
You're not
of
bluffing
the
me
low
too.
stuff when you face
I'm not bluffing.
a decent
more.
sized
No
bet.
fun
But
if we're not
Ace
fun.
8 there. I mean, you
Honestly,
literally
it's
beat
the thing,
value,
like,
and
honestly,
if your hand
for
beats
Asian
value,
people,
you
it's
can
a
never
disease.
fold it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, not never. I mean, that's an absolute term, but most of the time you shouldn't fold a hand if your opponent could be betting
Like,
worse.
there's been
for
spots
value.
where I'm just like, this is a really bad idea, really bad
Ace 8
idea.
there,
And I'll just go
slam.
raise, and then just people just
I
snap me
used
off.
to fucking
And JWin locking up a $10,000 win so far.
People call me 8 high, 9 high. Always
Pretty good night for him so far.
Too much. If they're calling you that light,
They highlight me too much. I bought
Paolo
way
as
too much
well,
before.
raising it to
Now I try to
250.
slow
No
down.
more blocking.
We're putting this guy dong here. He never
Don't
bluffs.
believe you. Yeah, saying no more bluffing, no more bluffing.
Talk loose, plays tight, you know? Talk loose, plays tight. New strategy. Huh? He's here somewhere, I think, or was.
He's over there.
it's so interesting. It's
A
like,
rare
you know
raise and
that-
take it.
That phrase, like, oh, I'm just keeping you
No,
honest.
that's
like,
not
it's a real
allowed.
thing. Like, when people
Is that
bluff too
allowed?
much and they see
Yeah,
people, like, if you're bluffing
I don't
and
think
calling
so.
you down 4th pair, it does
I'm gonna
make
have
you
to
go,
get the
okay,
instant
like,
replay
these guys
team
are
on
never
that
gonna
one,
fold.
but for the moment, we're
tighten
just
up a
gonna
little
move on as though that is allowed.
That's what I respect about Pierre, man. Pierre will rip it in. For a lot of money.
So yeah, no more of the Taco Bell-sized wins or losses at this point.
Oh,
Everyone
our
up
Oscar Fair, yeah, he's-
a couple thousand or down.
Fanboy again.
Yeah, we're now more dealing in the realm of used cars, used automobiles.
Everything doesn't mean.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the guy have a boy. A
Which
girlfriend.
is sick.
300.
LZ, King Queen to
I don't have any
300.
PRs here for you. Sorry.
That's
The
okay.
snap
I don't
call
do
from
that. I
now.
have someone
Sure, already
else.
have somebody here.
Wow, everybody with some middling to large connected cards. Fire going to raise small once again.
I'm
The
a head.
closest to Frankie we have is Cashman, probably. Chris Cashman, but
And I think he's 19.
right within your age.
I love the approach from Kyle B there.
Everything is under 30. It's my range.
Roll the dice and or the
You know
chips.
how like guys like young girls.
Oh no!
Guy talk.
Oh no, Kenny!
You think you'll
Kenny,
be like
what are you
Leonardo
doing?
DiCaprio, you know, like,
10-9 of clubs in the muck. That's the
Oh.
winner for sure.
Next.
3 to a straight flush.
Slide.
Oh my goodness.
Slide.
Oh, Kenny's not even looking. He doesn't want to see the board. Look at him over there.
Never. Watch right.
I've never either.
I have understood.
He's like, I can't believe I'm folding this.
You know I play poker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Endless
You get
fucking
infants.
Up there for Yao. He said no more bluffing.
That was 99% female.
I know
Calls,
sometimes
fires
I've been here
continue.
all my life,
Oh,
all my
Oh,
friends
5 of
are
clubs.
men. Yeah, all my friends are men, so it's hard for me really. But just
Club.
I
Club.
really
Always
have
coming
Oh,
club.
man.
It had to.
I don't
It had
Like,
to.
you have a high level standard.
I'm really. I
Kenny
wanna
now
be
looks at the
single,
board.
but I
Up
don't
there's
just
the
wanna
look of a
mess
man
around.
that
I
has just
wanna
folded
be
a flush.
single.
Yeah. I think I remember a tweet that I think you went on a first date with some guy and he didn't open the I think the car door for you.
Yeah.
I think that's a real thing. Like
Yeah, right?
when I was courting my
Check,
now
check.
wife.
Wow, chicks
Even
back.
on the first date,
Jacks.
which was kind of a blind date, I waited outside my car.
$5,000 pot.
Like, you know, it's just, I want her to know I care.
Small thing, but I really people think I don't care about.
It means that they
Definitely a
think
spot
about
that
you.
I
Really
would
important
expect a
relationship.
lot of betting to be done by Yao.
It's
I mean, you wouldn't love to see a check raise by any means, but I mean, check, check, turn, and checks river.
I'm
You not bet for value there.
I would say I'm
It's very unlikely that backdoor clubs
I'm independent.
Out there that often where he should be.
Independent and comfortable, yes. Yes.
So I
Should
work in my
feel
spot.
pretty confident
Yeah,
betting
of
for
course.
value once queens and jacks there, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Sucks to get raised there sometimes, but it's just not going to happen that often. Yeah, queen 8 suited. Be pipping pretty high. Kitty suited ace queen. Paolo pipped. Ace king off.
Yeah, Kitty has been running into it here tonight. A lot of her opens have been 3-bet.
I mean, she's seen very few flops,
400.
if I think about it.
And this is a full 3x
Let me figure.
here from
25,
Paolo as
150
well.
Shadow, right?
Ace queen suited though, just going to be a little bit too good
Yeah.
to fold, and Kitty will put in the chips. Have to play this one out of position. Stack spot ratio at 1.5.
5K in the middle. Comes 2 black cards, but not the ones she was looking for.
Yeah, the one saving grace that Ace Queen has is that when you completely whiff, you just fold, because you're just behind all of the value and you don't beat any of the bluffs, except for like Ace 5s on very rare occasion, and even then, you won't be able to put up a significant enough resistance later on down the line, so that you can just let it go. When you have Ace King and you do just flat someone pre, and then you get a flop like this, like Ace King, you can't really fold, right? Because you're like, I might just have the best hand. Like I beat all of your bluffs,
Right.
and can improve to better top pairs over some of your value. Ace Queen, you know, just click fold, you're done.
Interesting spot. Yeah, I don't think Kitty's the type that wants to give up very often, but wisely saves herself from paying off another
I was born and
street.
raised in New York. And then I came here for school, for college.
Yeah, Kitty's been around the block. I mean, she's been in the poker scene for, gosh, I couldn't even tell you how long, right? I mean, I remember when I was first getting into poker and starting to play some of the circuit events many moons ago, probably in the late 2000s.
I always love it. I love it.
Kitty was already, you know, just a well-known player, someone that you saw on the circuit or you
There's a much more aggressive culture.
heard about playing the high-stakes games.
Yeah.
So she's been around the block. She knows how all this works. And
Someone said she had like 2.7 on Hindemob,
I will.
so
I know you will.
pretty significant live tournament earnings.
yeah, no, she's been a top-tier player for quite some
I
time.
moved to Austin in 2000.
She added 5K. 5K, right?
Yeah.
And all with the exception of like half a year. I moved to Dallas for a girl.
Kyle Z here still up the most significantly, 24,000 in earnings. JWin here, who was up about as much as maybe 12K at one point, still hovering around that mark. Up a nice
Everything
brick.
was cheap. It was such a good value. Oh my gosh. Even in like 2007.
Kenny.
Ooh, number 1 here for Kenny. Could be time to get some chips back.
I mean, he might lie to be funny, but like, you know.
When you're in Florida, you're gonna play
Can
private
he
game?
find an opponent that will tango, though?
This is an unfortunate mixture of
People
situations for him where he's stuck. He's in an early position with aces, and no one else has anything. That's so brutal.
The one thing that we should say about that is that he didn't limp it and lose to the Jack 4-0.
That's right.
So
Win's a win.
A win's a win. Had he limped the aces, it really might have turned out that way. So
Crypto event in Bahamas once made.
Jack
we
4
have-
would have hit Broadway on the river somehow.
yeah, right?
Every single prize are
Ooh, Jack 3. That's a good hand.
And like my friend
That
like
is a
lost
good
like
hand.
200 million on FTS one time. And he made
This is
100
like,
million back in 1 month.
Body positivity. This is poker hand positivity tonight. Where we're like, Jack 3, man. Let's go. You know, live your best life. Get in there.
Not that rich, maybe. I don't think.
PHP.
Poker
Poker hand positivity.
10K to me. And he say, we need to start playing his
That's
stuff.
funny.
It's like he lost so much money. Okay.
Every hand has equity.
That's right.
Allow that.
You know, don't let anybody tell you that you can't get in there and win pots.
You know, and then like a screen game.
Well, everybody is hopping on that bandwagon as we go 5 players to a flop.
Just like a single
2
game.
players with top
If we
pair.
have lots of people.
Oh, Squid Game.
Yeah.
Some
I played
gut
that.
shot,
But the
overcard
point is-
action going on as well. We're just going to check all the way through.
I got
And now we've got more things happening as up and down straight draw, pairs, straight draws, everything happening.
No one knows where they're at now.
Right, the multiplier, yeah.
Yeah. And they also play 7 deuce game.
Yeah, so it's an action game.
And the middle card is a 10. You need to play 10 times big blind, so it's huge game.
Yeah.
So you have a 7 deuce, you have a squeak game. You know, if you're buying 10K, you probably should go in every hand.
Yeah.
Because
Edrius Samadi says,
like,
hi everyone
25,
from
50, you need to
Austin.
pay
Well,
500 for
hello. Welcome to the
everyone.
stream.
And there's a fight,
So it's like
4,500 already. And
it's
then
All right,
if
bet a
you're
500.
Yeah, so.
That's what you're saying.
And a call. Yao here now with the top pair, no kicker. And this is sort of the tricky part about playing as good a hand as Jack 3. That sometimes you'll end up in a spot like this where you're not sure if you're actually good or not. He does let it go and he goes behind. So
Both. Like, first for cash and then next.
could have hit the 3 on the river though. That's the thing with those sorts of
Three's coming. Deuce.
I imagine
Choctaw
the,
reigns supreme.
the level of play is much higher.
Yeah, but like
More pros,
I like
less
to go like
All
see
right.
the city more.
Oh,
So Paolo
Now
here.
Paolo.
About like the plays, I want to see the different plays.
Still just gonna go
I have
for
a
value.
coffee on the shop before I go play.
Have
But
pot.
in
Let's go.
American, everything just casino, right? Just like if we pass, like
Trying
just
to
go
get called by
home,
Jack
cover
9,
bowling, you know?
Jack
You,
8,
And then when you travel the world, you go by yourself. Huh? You don't have like
Yeah.
other
pocket
girls that you
9,
travel with?
maybe?
No one like me.
Who
like
cares?
you.
Everybody
Rio
folds.
don't just grab hands and travel the
I'm
world.
Maria, her very close friend, but she is in love, she engaged, she don't want to travel anymore. Yeah. And
Fucking guys, they always doing
but the
everything.
problem is that she doesn't like overseas travel. She like to travel in US.
Yeah.
And she doesn't like go to Barcelona, Paris anymore. But I still love traveling a lot. This is the problem. But I'm not afraid to be alone. I mean,
Right.
I don't need to find a company. I'm okay with that.
Right.
I like to sleep by myself. Comfortable.
You know, gotta live your best life, man.
That's right.
Hear that chat? Maria Ho locked up. Off the market.
I didn't realize she was engaged.
I know what I'm saying. Off the market officially.
Sorry, Maria.
Kitty cow.
Yeah, Kitty just spilling some major
Can the latest gossip here.
poker gossip.
Yeah, so
What kind of person is
Heard it here first
American
on
or no?
TCH
cute.
Live.
That's
right.
American?
Yeah, he is.
Ah, damn it, we lost another one.
We need a little action graphic. Ding, 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 breaking news.
Breaking
Another base.
breaking obscure relationship
Rule
news.
for a relationship, it just be a yes man. You're 100% fine for your wife, for girlfriend.
Yeah.
Just be yes man. You're
Just be a yes man?
Yeah. Right? No?
If I have to be a yes man, it'd be a
Top pair for Paolo. Kenny. King high in a dream. That dream continues. Deuce of spades on turn. Bringing in
Thank you.
But I think it's important.
king high
to
flush draw.
bring happiness to the people that you
Female
surround yourself with.
cannot talk about logic. So,
I see what you're saying, yeah.
yeah, just,
So just emotionally please them.
we are just angry for no reason.
Having the
so there's
king
no point
here
to explain
for
why.
Kenny
You know?
actually pretty
Is that right?
good. He
No?
can actually beat a lot of the bluffs.
Kitty cow, you're very logical. Come on.
Front door diamond,
Come on, you're not
of course,
beating us
still
like
out
that.
there. Plenty of
I know
hands
what
that
bait- I know
Paolo
what bait
can
when I hear it.
I'm logical.
raise pre-flop, bet flop, and then be like, well, this board sucks. Like, I can just bet again. I have all the aces.
Put it out
And
there.
I learned from
You gotta clip
Pierre.
that shit, short form.
you had, this is a terrible
from
river
Pierre,
card,
don't
though.
Yeah, this
Kenny.
is gonna
anything women related. Pierre.
cause Kenny to call a lot of bets.
Everything was said. One
Paolo-
girl
oh, Paolo checks
like,
back.
canceled Pierre on Twitter. It was
Paolo
funny.
now chops with every other
Yeah,
ace
like, listen,
and
the person I like is
doesn't
also
really care to get
Italian,
check
like,
raised
Italian. I don't
for
know why.
all of it, right? Like,
Yeah.
what's a size that he can bet and then
Maybe.
doesn't just have to call
I don't like
when he
French.
gets jammed on? So
Right.
a pretty
Like
reasonable
Paris,
spot to
French
check back if you're
Yeah,
Paolo.
I like a,
Paolo's got game. I'm impressed.
Ask Pierre if he has any
Absolutely.
questions.
I've been impressed by everybody's play here tonight. They've brought a fair bit of gamble and a fair bit of, you know, good strategic thinking to the table this evening.
100 shadow.
Nate Dogg here in the chat says JWin's a nice guy. Punted off a bluff on him last night. He called and won. I got to talk to him and have lunch with him today. Very good, man. Yeah, JWin is a super nice guy. I've been playing with him for years here in Austin. He's just always a very engaging player at the table. You know, he's happy to talk to you, ask you questions, tell stories. crack a beverage, perhaps. You know, just all-around great guy, and it's fantastic to see him having great success not only in the cash games, but also with the tournaments. Because you know, nice guys deserve it, and he's got a new baby boy, less than a year old.
That's why I intentionally used to bring that number down.
Back at home, so just love to see him succeed.
Not only playing cards, but doing the content and repping it for pokercoaching.com. Seems to be doing a lot of things right if he's trying to be in this business long term.
Pocket Kings again for Kyle Z.
Let's go.
What is it that you do? Are you
Last time he saw these, he made all those chips he has in front of him as he rivered a set against two pair. Pokernomix facing this button raise. Play out of position against someone with a covering stack that deep. No, he does not. LZ just going to take this one down. Easy.
Mostly write software.
Yeah.
Do some circuit analysis and design stuff, like printed circuit boards, microcontrollers, that kind of stuff. And then the archaeology stuff is a troll. But it started as a chat meme that I was an archaeologist on the side, like it was my hobby.
Yeah. Okay, that's where I got it from.
Yeah, it was like a meme. You know. So then I brought in some fake resin and stuff. You know.
All right, fake degrees over here for
Pokernomix.
Was that something you've done for a long time?
Engineering?
Yeah. Day one.
Yeah.
You're an engineer?
Yep.
What kind of engineer?
Electrical.
Oh, I'm hardware engineer.
Or was that JD that was saying that?
JD, yeah, there's a
JD,
running joke about how he's an archaeologist,
Oh, okay.
but he's not at all.
Computer hardware and then electrical, right? So oh yeah, just I can do hardware
He
design.
digs up sets out of nowhere
Hardware analysis for customers.
consistently as it come 5s and 6s for Kitty. A rare flop for Kitty. And a boat.
And you're supposed to not bet on the turn as well.
Unfortunately for Kitty, JWin here just has ace-high showdown value, so he's not going to put any chips in the middle.
Too good. I already know you.
So that checked all 3 streets. The minimum.
You didn't tell him. You would say, oh, this would be better.
Come on, Jonathan, need to pokercoach.com.
Never betting that for it.
He didn't bet and let me check raise him. He's not good.
Yeah. He's supposed to be, for sure.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Head river and then raise again.
I got a good showdown.
This side.
$100 straddle on this pretty big poker
But I
game.
think probably not folding that much. No full equity.
Yeah, the straddles, man, here in Texas. I mean, obviously at this game, 25, 25, 50 already. So
It's big, yeah.
Do you really need a straddle to get the action going? Not really, but you play some 1-2, some 1-3, things of that nature. Adding that extra straddle can really change the stakes dramatically.
Cool.
I remember when I first was getting sort of exposed to stepping up a little bit and moving into a little bit higher stakes. You know, it started out as 1-2 player, of course, moved up to 1-3, which back in just a couple years ago was really the most popular game around here to sort of play at a little bit higher level than 1-2.
Yeah.
And you know, people would be putting the $6 or the $10 straddle on, and I was like, why would I want to do that? You know, like that just seemed like I'm just like torching money. And then came to realize, you know, not too much longer later that, oh, you know, this is actually a really good thing. You encourage more action, gives us all something to fight for, and a lot of the limping and stuff that happens without people being incentivized to raise starts to go away. And this is better for the game.
In the playoffs? Yeah. Oh my God! Finally? Okay, so this is probably the year. Man, they took out the end boss.
Yeah.
I'm good.
And it just, the game feels more fun to me. Like if the straddle's on, it generally, there's more fun spots. It's not fun to be out of position having invested money blind, but the net of it all is the game tends to be more fun.
Well, yeah, one of the things, I mean, so the limping thing at the lower stakes, right, is, I mean, for a lot of people, they just want to see a lot of flops. They want to try to make the best hand. And so limping is their sort of avenue towards that, and that's perfectly fine and reasonable. That's what people want to do. When you add additional blinds with the straddles, of course, it disincentivizes it because people know, well, the hands that I used to limp for, let's just assume that we're talking 2-5, right? The hands that I used to limp for $5, now I'm going to limp for 10, and if somebody raises, it's not going to be to 30, where I'm going to get to call maybe for 30. It's going to be to like 50 or 60 or 75, and I don't really want to call with this hand for that amount, so maybe I shouldn't even limp for the 10. So it can change the dynamic of, you know, when you get this sort of limp strategy sort of going on around the table. And by and large, that's going to be more beneficial for the stronger players. They don't have to go multi-way every time.
Yeah.
Do I look like I can get an invite?
Habib in the chat says, "Hi Ben." Hi Habib. Good to see you, sir.
I love 6 max.
Yeah, I love the 6 max.
Overpair here for Kyle Z.
6 max will be way better.
3/4 pot.
Like 800, 900 just means
Yeah, though, does not love to fold that much. He has shown.
If you want a drama, you know,
I definitely like 8 more than 9.
You want action, definitely 6 max.
You can do a lot more with 6 max.
Yeah.
JTN says, you haven't lived until you put on the straddle in a limit game.
I don't have enough YouTube subs.
One extra bet in there, people. Let's go.
A little different scenario. Like, how do I bloat this pot without really benefiting
I know.
Yeah, it's
I'm not gonna lie.
the
at all?
best way to get invited to win.
Oh yeah. Easy press.
Female always easier, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think for guys, it's always like, you know, what can you do for me? Like the popular vloggers, they get to play great games.
Kyle's he going to open this up from under the gun. Ace, Queen, O. Pokernomix will make the call from the big blind. Paolo's out of there. And JWin now looking at the 9-8-0. Isn't going to complete. This is the sort of hand class that I think you can mix in. Perhaps I get a little bit splashy in that regard. But JWin is going to duck out of the way. And king high board here. Pokernomix is going to flop the best of it.
Juan Hernandez says, "Gonna YOLO my emergency money tomorrow to take a shot at 2-5. I have nothing to lose." GL, bud.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Well,
I mean, if it's emergency money, then you do have something to lose. It's your emergency fund. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just, you know, clarifying that it's not nothing.
I mean, my wife is a stay-at-home,
Sounds
but
like.
she works like, yeah, it's a lot. Even like
Chris Wolf says, "What's the buy-in? This is going to be an uncapped game. You can come into this game with whatever you
like a
want."
full-time job. It's a lot for her.
Yeah, it's too much.
It is.
Biggest stack at the table right now is that man you're looking at right there, Kyle Z, with $32,000 reduced.
When I had a baby. Because I'm like, fuck.
Check, bet, and a check raise. Kyle Z makes the call with the ace high.
Picks up a Broadway draw. Seen this movie before.
Yeah, certainly have.
Small bet here.
You're not into children.
For half,
I mean, for yourself.
half pot.
Just fun.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Pokernomix calling out of the big blind can definitely have some threes. Taking the king J
It could change depending on your life
and
partner.
check raising and betting it is
I mean, that should be the
walking a
right
pretty fine line.
But so far,
It's sort of one of those things where
my mom tried to offer me enough money to have a baby.
you are ahead of some hands, but the worst hands aren't really going to continue given this line.
Marry this famous guy that they know from their family.
They don't
Have a
care.
baby.
They don't care.
And the better hands are just never going to fold.
Right? But have a baby.
So it's barking up a bit of a tree there. But Pokernomix
oh,
does get the extra value there on the
Do
turn.
they have any grandchildren? Oh, you said your sister have a kid.
The sunglasses are in play.
They just said how much money I lost if I don't have
Now
a
we've
kid.
got a game.
Yeah, I said I don't
You know,
really care.
I think when you reach a certain age, you just want grandkids.
Yeah.
Kitty loves the ace-5.
Because like every time probably you fight with sharp, I cannot afford the chip.
You're the only one that can double me up.
Yeah, it is always difficult to balance the table conversation with the commentary. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Certainly do appreciate you guys hanging out with us this evening.
So.
We're going to take a flop heads up between Fire and Kitty. A couple of aces doing battle.
Fire with a little more backdoor potential with the ace jack with the ace of hearts. Kitty, spade and wheel draw potential. Maybe it's about the same actually.
So maybe.
And Fire
Yeah, there might be a 2
taking it
locations for a
down.
while, and then see what happens with this one. But
Okay.
yeah, they're moving to one city over. Same county, but one city over.
JTN bringing up Poker Bunny.
How far is that from
Who,
here?
man, she was all the rage
What's the direction?
on
Like north,
every
south,
big
east, or west?
high stakes game and traveling around and everything, and then
How much money did your parents offer you to have a baby?
we
I
kind
just
of
want you how
disappeared.
much money
Very
my parents
polarizing
offer me to pay
figure,
How much?
causing lots of conversation
2 million
in
in cash?
at least our chat when she was on our streams.
But those crypto
Yeah,
games are great, you know. So
No, no.
you gotta sell one. Now you make that in a month. What are you talking about?
Jeez. That's a good one.
Do wish Poker Bunny the best wherever
Maybe
she
way
is.
more though. Maybe way more.
But I just say
I think
no,
she might have been
and
on a
the boss say,
Hustler
"No, I
stream
don't
or something
want it."
recently.
Yes,
I think I saw her name on a
but point is she's not happy.
Oh, okay.
thumbnail.
That's a good one.
I'm
Good for her.
thinking in my mind, you were gonna give me the picture. and
Paolo,
so
King
why-
Queen.
Calling their bluff. Tell her I'm calling your bluff.
She didn't know I played a game with her because like images.
You're calling her bluff. Yeah. Bluff pitch.
Oh, I'm getting it.
No matter what,
Not gonna
right?
write me out of that, Will. Not write me out, Will.
What if you take the money and go play poker anyway?
That's sick.
My parents?
Run it up.
After.
Fire is going to complete 3-bet from Paolo and 6.
I built my bank.
Single
I
spade
come
in the
to
door.
United States play poker. I just built everything backward slowly because my parents never support me to play poker.
Yeah.
And if I have a good family, they give me money at the first place. I probably not. Probably play more high order or it's just like not taking so long. But
C-bet's going to get it done.
if I want
King
to
Queen
play
kicks it
poker,
down.
just need to build a bankroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm happy. If they give me the money at first place, I probably not push it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm already working. I can just keep working. I'm just like, take it.
I mean, it's awesome.
Even split.
Right way. You built your bankroll up.
Wins and losses, give or take. Kenny unfortunately losing about 16K, 17K.
Right.
Halsey continuing his dominant run, almost, or 22,000.
So poker's
Up
2 million.
top.
Maybe it's gotta be way more. But
Kenny here, UTG with a suited connector. He's going to limp the.
I think for way more than that number, most everybody can be like, okay, I'm being a kid. Okay.
If I find a blind man,
Bring
I don't
fire
want to
along
marry
for the
him.
ride.
Maybe just have his baby.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Pokernomix is going to go for a small raise here with King 3 suited.
Your kid's gonna like pairs too, probably. You know.
I mean, just not very representing it. I'm just way too picky.
Yeah.
Now we're playing cards here, folks. 8-7 versus King 3 versus King 3.
King high forward. What do you know?
What do you know?
Can't believe your parents lowballed you on poker though.
Yeah.
10 hearts would make it
That
interesting.
number would be way bigger.
8 pairs of Kenny.
My dad owned a big company in China, and
Yeah.
he have 10,000 people working in his company.
Yeah.
And he's always waiting. If
Fire
I
going to
get
take the
the
initiative
college,
here
I
with his
invite
top
him
pair
to
no
the
kicker.
company,
Pokernomix, of
PA,
course,
help him
Yeah,
with
yeah,
business.
is going to make
And
the
he
call.
went
7-8 hits the mug
Imagine
very
he give up
quickly.
his own company.
Yeah.
You got a flush draw?
Well, he doesn't have a princess heir to take over the company, so what's the point of
Because
running
I
it?
really thinking if you have like a 10 million, 100 million, you all be happy. You don't need to be 100 million there. Do you understand my point? It's good enough.
That's the type of thing I think
You
about
ever
every
watch a
night.
show called Succession?
No.
You should.
Why?
Because
Why?
I don't know. It's about like a super rich family where they have like this huge media company and they're trying to like,
Your kicker at first.
the dad who has all the money is trying
Succession
to
is a
get
good
kids to,
show.
like, fight for like taking over the company.
I've heard of it and I've seen sort of the little teasers or whatever, but never watched
I think
it.
I watched I didn't watch the
Entertaining.
newest season yet.
I'm more of a sci-fi sort of guy myself, so I usually
Okay.
get into more cerebral, like futuristic or
How many seasons of Succession?
you know, sorts of things.
No,
Sure.
maybe more.
I watched the first few seasons.
5 or 6.
There's one, I can't remember the name of it right now, a Netflix show, I believe it is, that
Kyle's my premium
sister
TV expert.
was telling me about. Sounds pretty wild.
Oh man,
We haven't seen Kirby
Check that one out here.
We're always looking for new shows if you can remember it.
you got a lot of good.
Wow, that's my favorite show
It's
ever.
phenomenal.
One show that I always bring up to people that
He would love it.
Really?
are into sort of a little bit off the wall, maybe sci-fi type stuff. Well, there's two of them really. One of them is called Dark.
Okay, heard of it. Yep.
You've heard of it? Okay, great. Yeah,
Haven't seen
a
it.
German show, but just absolutely fire.
The best.
And the other one is okay. So well, the one that my sister told me about is called The Peripheral. It's on
Okay.
Amazon Prime actually. So I
I've not heard of that.
But one of my favorite shows of all time that has a little bit of a cult following, similar to sort of like Firefly or whatever, where it didn't have a very long run but had a really strong reception by a certain population, is called The OA.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
Haven't seen
show?
that either, but I have heard of it. What platform is it on?
I honestly am not sure who has the OA right now because it was discontinued after just a couple of seasons, and then I don't know who bought the rights to it. So you'll have to look that one up.
Cool. That's your favorite show, or like you had to
One of my
pick-
favorite shows of all time, absolutely, the OA.
That's a pretty glowing endorsement. Let's check it out. Pair and a straight draw for JD. And he remains a top.
It's good. It's good. I think Adam
Peripheral.
Scott. Maybe he's on the
Carlo concurs that The Peripheral is pretty good. Okay, good to hear.
Did a little stretch since you're getting to the funny with Trailer Park Boys. You ever watch that?
I haven't seen that.
Kenny here betting it out with the top.
Awesome. Yeah. It's a good comedy.
Less than top behind.
He's found it down, so I'm sure it's
JD will make the
It's
call,
good, dude. It's got a big cult following. A lot
and
of
it's a
seasons.
10 on the end. Pretty nasty looking card to peel off out there. One liner to a straight. Kenny will slow down. Let's see if JD turns the 8 into a bluff.
Yeah, I'm all about it. Never mind. Yeah, I'll watch it.
Dude Maestro says he recommends The Expanse. I just finished watching that one. That was actually my last series that I watched, so do appreciate the suggestion. It was absolutely a good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of bleed over like the Always Sunny and Curb and like that kind of realm.
It's really weird that people were like, you know what the show needs? Danny DeVito. It's great. It works.
But
Kenny,
yeah, when I saw Dark, I was just absolutely blown away. Just
because of how entertaining it was or how well made.
all of it. Yes, the acting was top notch. The storyline was fantastic. You were constantly like, what the actual F is going on? It was one of those shows, sort of like Lost, you know, where there was always a new development, there was always something new happening that would completely shift your perspective on who was who and what was what, which is just so enthralling, right, and entertaining.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time didn't do a full Lost on you where it was like, oh God, and no, another thing, like this is too much to keep track of, like this is just too much. It all came full circle. It all fed back in on itself, and by the end of it, you were like, "That was that, when that was that, and these people are that people," and oh man, just amazing.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What channel is Trailer?
People that can make stories like that are super talented.
It's on
Yeah.
Netflix now.
Really
And
impressed
as
people
with
that-
any of these shows, I mean, it did kind of go maybe a little bit too far by the end in terms of trying to bring all of the different separate storylines into harmony to finish it out. And yet at the same time, like it was one of those things where it's like it finished and it was like, okay, there were still some holes, but I don't even care. Like that was great. Yeah.
That's awesome. There's a lot of crappy shows out there, so it's nice to find the ones that are worth your time.
I concur.
Jacks versus eights on a paired board. Hard for JD to fold with one over.
Did you watch Severance? What's that? Did you watch Severance? Severance?
I haven't.
Severance was good.
Like on Apple TV.
It's on Apple TV.
I saw the.
Apple's going to be coming.
Jiggity's good.
feel Max has too much crap around it now. You know, Apple's like, here's $1 billion. We'll
Make some content.
make some content.
What's good? I can learn from Doug Paul, huh?
Huh?
Let's play.
The show that I watched most
Money,
recently
until I give the money
is
to
an Amazon original called
Doug Paul wish I played
Outer
Paolo.
Range.
Is it a Western type?
Yeah,
Give it all back this year.
that show effing
All
sucks.
back.
I watched the whole series. It's only one season.
Just passive. Yeah, it should be
If
here.
anybody's thinking about watching it, let me just save you the time. It's not worth it.
Never opted in for the text message.
Like it was good enough that I watched the whole thing through.
Continued, yeah.
Because I was like, at some point, I'm gonna see what actually happens. You never do. Fuck that show.
You hate it when you start to realize the sunk cost of like, God, I've wasted. I have to see this through, and I know this isn't any better.
Yeah, it was one of those. All right, we're gonna go 3 players to a flop here.
Teasing with the last week. I was like, you
King
guys didn't
high
go
board,
for
rainbow.
I'm like, go fire.
Bottom pair for fire is the best hand at the moment.
Atlas, there was only one game running. It was 25-50.
Check all the way
10,
through.
perfect. Wow.
Why not?
JWin.
Donna, can I get a Coke Zero?
Broadway draw for fire. Along with his bottom pair.
Backdoor Broadway still alive.
3 hours. Made 14. I made one in the first prize.
What do you do if you're JWin? Feels like a raise is in order.
With the rebuy, bro.
Yeah, gonna need to get your value now. You're gonna have plenty of heart combinations
It's all about
that
running deep.
can
Just the excitement.
bluff.
Goes fold, fold.
Let's take it down.
Better Call Saul, that was entertaining as well. A rare instance where a spin-off is just as entertaining as the original.
Yeah, I need to go and check out the latest season. I think I'm probably a season behind at this point, as I had been watching them each time they came out, and then it's been a little while. So
Yeah, they did a really good job.
Probably a good season out there.
Kitty, you gotta raise your pocket eights. How's ahead? I know it.
I mean, that's when you sleep it or you win.
Folded to Kyle Z in the hijack. Gonna try to buy the button, raising it to 300.
On the way.
Fire with 2
How
8s.
you be in general?
Thanks, Kitty.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
3-piece.
It's a lot of money.
Should told me that.
And yeah, if you're Kyle, this is just slam dunk bottom of your range.
On the turn.
You just let that one go. Pez here in the chat. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome.
Good day,
Sir.
Pez. Back to you,
It
sir.
was a pocket jack.
Yeah.
Tournament player. Feeling good about it.
Yeah, it's right.
Anytime I want this, I come next to me, okay?
Naturally, they bet.
That's bad. Gamble. Gamble.
Gamble. Yeah.
Y'all scheduled the Down Bad Ben Kirby Invitational for 2023. It's still in the works. Still a chance of it happening. I've talked to no one in leadership here.
Tell me
About
about
our-
the Down Bad Ben Kirby Invitational. What does this entail?
We were everyone knows all the regs know my love for mixed games and my distaste for how there's only no limit hold'em tournaments.
Okay.
And so I've been trying to build a cult following to get at least a tournament series that includes some form of mixed game tournaments. And like we were going down the rabbit hole of how we could structure it and make it like really brutal, where it's like a horse tournament with 2-hour-long levels and like a $60 buy-in or something, where it's just like not even. It's like really a beatdown. So and I was probably complaining about my poor poker results, and so Doug R started calling it the Down Bad Ben Kirby Invitational.
Nice.
I still think there's a chance. Get a little variety in the tournaments up
Sounds
here.
very economically advantageous for TCH to run this as well.
No. Yeah, let's get all of our best dealers tied up in this $60 tournament. for 3 days.
All right, you know Super Pros, huh? Like George?
Mitch
Yeah?
Heck
Okay.
wants to know when is the TCH cruise. It's coming up here in March, so just a couple of months away. I will be on that cruise. How about you, buddy?
You said George more action than
I
me.
was
George
going
can
to, but
express
my wife is expecting our second child,
what?
and by cruise time, it's going to be pretty late in baby development time, so we had to pass, unfortunately.
Understandable. Well, I'll have a couple of extra beverages for you and the family.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was really excited about it.
I'm the one that called off with a drone.
That cruise is going to be a great time. I mean,
I think so. I mean,
what's not to like?
That's the second time I've limped a blind.
Being on the high seas with all of your poker pals and having to drive.
to just see a flop and enjoy poker.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I've never been on a cruise before, but yeah,
Such a good time.
gonna get out there and hopefully run good in some poker tournaments, run good in the sun. And,
Heck yeah.
have a good time. JWin here with the best heart, the only heart I should say, gives him the most equity, even though Pokernomix here is sitting on the best made hand pair of threes. Oh no, JWin has a pair of fours. I was wondering why those equities
Oh,
were
it's just
so.
cooler Kyle.
We're stacked for it. All right.
Cooler Kyle.
Betting a call here. King of hearts on the turn. Top pair for Paolo. 10 high. Flush.
JWin with the straight flush redraw. How do you want it? JWin's got it every which way.
The infamous flush straight for JWin is best. Now
Guaranteed
loses.
you're not getting paid.
Yeah. Check, check, turn. Certainly worth attacking for some value here on the end. If your opponent ever does have two pair for a 10, you could potentially extract some value. But JWin decides to just check it down. And he announces his hand backwards. He says straight flush. But it's flush straight.
Flush straight.
I thought I had the 8.
We're rounding into our final hour of this quarter 50 no limit stream. Aaron McEvoy, Ben Kirby with you for the last 3 hours. Getting into the final hour. Two winners over the 10K mark. A couple at the bottom losing more than 10K. Plenty of poker remains. And huge pots incoming. We're calling it now. Kitty with ace king. Best hand she's gonna, I think.
And a big chunky open here too. She's gotten 3-bet all night, and she says not this time. $100 straddle. Let's make it $375, and she's going to take that one down uncontested.
Free money.
It's okay if I'm happy.
Power hour indeed.
No.
Let's do a 30K pot. We've seen a 23,000. Let's get to that 30K mark.
I'm happy because I like dollars. Yeah, I like it.
All right, I'm going to step out one more time. I'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, they got rid of the lights. I just noticed that.
Oh, they turned them off?
Actually, yeah. I just wasn't clear, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. I don't know. I haven't looked. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Tell everybody.
I know.
Kitty Co. King Jack. Raises. Kenny calls 668. $400 when checked 2. And Kenny doesn't want to deal with it.
Tomorrow is a 5:30 same time, right? Yeah. Do my friend have a seat? I want to. Okay.
I'm her friend, by the way.
Fire, 9-5 suited.
How many people tomorrow? 9 already? Wow.
Is it hard for you to get a Wednesday seat?
It just depends.
Fun game? Okay. Can you replace one person?
Sometimes can't play because of work, so.
Oh, okay.
On Wednesdays.
Is Tuesday better for you?
Yeah.
Yow, pair in a straight draw, fire.
I like move my work schedule.
Pair of
so
nines.
Tuesdays are like pretty open usually.
My heart's on turn.
I don't know. They used to play a lot smaller, so now that they play a little bigger, I'll
10 on river.
I get to see when I works with my work schedule.
Yeah.
Go check. Yeah, 10s and 8s.
You can only reschedule things so much, you know?
Yeah.
You can only reschedule things and like decline too many meetings and all this type of stuff. So
Yeah.
it's,
Poker Monkey here says 68 days till our cruise. All right, counting them down is Poker Monkey. Very much
Jealous.
there was a
looking
while
forward
where
to it.
like
I hope it goes well and they do another one. I
things were
hope
kind of
that
in
it's
flux,
just
like,
like
there
super
was different games
successful
every day,
and
like, for a
grows
for
and
a
they
long
do it
time,
again
like,
next
3
year.
days I would play. It was
I
just
hope so
like,
too. I also hope that there are other cool
I
groups of
stopped
folks
playing games,
on
stopped playing other games,
the
like,
cruise with
just
us.
random days, and so it was just
Right, I mean,
kept
we're
on moving.
going to
Yeah.
I get, like,
be
a schedule, like, okay, that
our
was the time,
our little army of poker players, and I just
I'm
hope
later
that
games,
there's
kinda
some
flip
other
it. Actually,
cool
we're playing these days, I'm like,
groups of people on there that we can interact with as well.
100%.
and
Yeah.
then
You know, there's going to be plenty of poker to be played, and then there's going to be lots of shore excursions, and just enjoying the time out on the ship as well. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even without poker at all, cruises are a super fun time.
Yeah. So, like, if it's
yeah, I
easy,
mean,
it's like, it
I'm very
looks
curious
to
since
be
this will be
cool.
my first one. Well, first let me just ask you this: Have you been on a cruise before? I don't remember. If you
Yeah, I've been on. I think I've been on 3 throughout
Okay.
my life. I haven't been on one since like 2011, probably.
Okay,
But-
and did you do ones that were like a week long, like this one, or?
Yeah. It was like I think all the ones I've gone on were either like 5 or 6 nights, something like
Okay,
that.
and you didn't get tired of the food or the activities or anything like that? Just felt like the whole time it was fresh and awesome?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're
How much you got, Fire? You got a 5K? Oh, not much? Just fucking tough.
the excursions definitely make it a nice change of pace, where it's like every couple days you're kind of seeing a new environment and getting off the ship and having cheap beers or whatever off the ship. But for me, I lived in a place where we didn't have access to like casinos and gambling, so a big part of it was like being able to play cards and stuff, not having to drive. So my priorities have changed a little bit throughout life, but I think it's you can do whatever you want. Like if you want to go just get hammered all day, you can do that. If you want to work out and get massages and go to the nightclub every day, you could do that. Like you have a lot of options. And as a guy that's always enjoyed eating, that's one of the big perks, is that you can just kind of have a rare free-for-all without having to concern yourself with what it costs, even though it does cost you something. But there's not an exchange of currency in the moment.
Not my day,
Yeah,
sis.
for sure.
Not my day.
Some people don't like them
Here.
from the for the motion. Some people don't do great on boats, but like
Thank you for letting me have one for once.
I get car sick, but the boat has never been an issue, so that's
Okay.
always been fine.
Yeah, I haven't really had issues out on the
Fire's
seas.
a
I've
nice
been on
guy.
several boats for extended periods of time and haven't had any issues. So
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, you'll have a good time. Especially if you're open to the whole idea, like, hey, we're all on this ship to have a good time. Let's meet new people. Let's not be concerned about being too cool for school. Like sometimes there's goofy like activities and stuff that go on. It's just fun to kind of be like, look, I'm just gonna have a good time and not worry about what I look like, or
When you're from the south,
everybody's on the boat just to party. As long as you have that mindset instead of worrying about being too cool for school, it should be a good time.
all right, very good.
JD with 2 10s, having raised once. Yeah, 3-piece to. He must have something with clubs, because it seems, or maybe this is confirmation bias, but I only pay attention when he's raising with weird suited connectors of clubs.
She's by the book. I like that.
this would be pretty ambitious to float this one. But float it he will. Yao coming to do battle with the 2x4, the Woody.
That's actually my least favorite place.
And fire.
Out of all the
Wow.
Priced in, I guess, with the Queen 7. Here we go.
10 of clubs is available. We could see a real exciting flop. That is not.
That is not it. Wheel draw for Yao.
Yeah, the big public, like the biggest public games, I just feel like
Poker Monkey says there is a full casino, craps, and slots. Okay, well that's a dangerous combination.
The real dangerous combo is that you can link your credit card to your cruise card, and the casino takes. You can charge stuff to your room, including casino chips.
Wow.
So that bill at the end of the week could be pretty daunting. Things will go your way.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I like playing in Florida a lot.
Wheel draw here from Yao, but really tough to go for a check raise on an ace-high board when you're in a 4-bet pot. So he is just going to call. Fire here has squad douche. He's missed this board just about as hard as any hand is capable.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is about as miss of a miss you can make with this specific flop. Queen 7. Heads up.
Another heart. So Yao here with a gut shot to the 6-high straight.
Something on the lake, or you know what I mean? Like,
And pretty much no other way to win this hand than to just like start blasting at some point. When JD checks this back, which he will a lot of the time, Yao may just lead us on the river, but
oh yeah, that'd be fun. You know,
just wait and see.
Which lake is Bridgeport?
It is, it's like Eagle Mountain is behind it in Lake Fork. It's the first kind of reservoir.
JD can, of course, still bet here and fold to a re-raise.
That's like,
that's east, right?
Sort of setting a price for the river.
Because Eagle Mountain is like
it's west.
Oh, that's like
That is what he'll opt for, the small sizing now,
In the chain of that.
hoping that Yao will either yield or check to him on the river if he calls.
It's cool, dude.
oh, it's like northwest.
Yeah.
Denton is north Dallas, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real clean water. Nice.
That's like my life goal, like just to move on a house where I can like go to my backyard and just.
And yeah, I was just gonna let this go.
Yeah. You know.
So that was one
Maybe facing the small bet there with the 4 high. You just kind of go for it every once in a while and see what happens, but this is not that time.
I got it this last March, and it's got a great view.
Yao's still up over 3K. So
Great showing
afford
so
to play
far.
a little speculative.
Good family.
And you appreciate the action, you know, giving us something to watch. Drawing through the 4 outer, out of position.
Holding it down.
Yeah.
Kitty approved.
How many daughters?
One.
One.
Yeah, 4-year-old.
He's probably gonna have a really high standard for.
Yeah.
Which is a really great thing, you know.
Deuce. Deuce full. I believe you.
JWin with the 7 tray. The hijack. He's going to raise it.
You flop straight draw? Ace 9 low. Ace 9 3. Something.
AD. A just call with the ace queen. Everything but ace queen.
A lot of times you'll see a C bet and a give up. A situation like this. JWin is going to continue for half pot. JD, the gut shot to the nuts. Not going anywhere just yet. Let's make the call. 1200 in the middle. It's a board pairing 8. Not a good card for JWin to continue telling a story.
He just says, yeah.
7 high.
Of the wrong color. You hate to get yourself in a spot where you somehow find yourself betting 3 streets with 7 high in a dream as it comes king on the river. Hearts come in, second pair on the board.
JWin is going to attack this spot. Goes half pot, making it look like he has a jack that is going to go for thin value.
Nice call.
7 high.
JD not going anywhere. He's like ace high, baby.
Nice. I was trying to get exactly that small. I should have just bet larger. I didn't think you have an ace.
Unbluffable.
Don't try to bluff JD.
Huh? Yeah. No more. Unbluffable.
Unbluffable, he says.
7-3.
Is that open range pokercoach.com?
Here comes the needle. Oh, pokercoaching.com, huh? 7 tray.
Hello.
He's up,
Yeah.
he's up at least the second most money.
Look, listen, I play all good blackjack hands. 7-3, I'm piling money in. I would have won that pot if they didn't pair it on the bottom.
Yeah.
Buddy, you never win that pot. No matter what you do, no matter what the board, you never win that pot.
No
matter what you do.
I would have tried harder if it didn't pair it. I don't
I like
ever
it.
bet my
Never
pairs
win
there
that
when an
pot.
8 pairs.
All right, you can win it. You definitely win it. Talk shit after I win the little pot.
Small pots. It's okay.
Only ones I can win.
JD will complete.
You
Pokernomix
should have
will
juiced there.
check, and we're going to go 3 players to a flop after Kenny limps the button. Flops middle pair and the best of it.
Double pair is so good. You have a whole bunch of small pairs there.
Yeah.
Check, C-bet, or not even C-bet, as much as just 1 bet, and that will take it down.
Next week.
Yeah, I try to get gangster. You try to get gangster. The 4 deuce, huh? You gangster, yeah.
Is the skill
Kenny down
level
now,
of
just
high
a
roller
shade over
significantly higher,
15K
or is it
after
the same across all
winning that
lines?
last pot.
I mean,
I mean, obviously all the best
Hello,
people are there,
see
but
a chain bro, you're like, all right,
But
we're doing
even
game.
when I can have a lot of rich people they play, the end is always good for that. you know.
right.
So
Kings again for Kyle Z.
It's also a smaller field, so if you run hot, I
But
mean, you
open
can.
coach, everyone no one win the main event. Everyone just win the high roller. I'm just telling you, it's so hard to win the main event.
There's
High
so many
roller,
people. I mean,
yeah, the high roller.
you really do need to like just
Yeah.
run hot for a significant part of time. You know?
General Rice was my coach, and he won all the
Fire
main
has
events. So I
an
was
ace,
like,
but he's not going to get involved.
be my
Perhaps
coach
just
for like
feeling
2
the
years.
bad
Yeah,
mojo
and then he's really good. I
around this
realized,
open from Kyle.
Main event, and it's really different. with
Paolo
high
with a
roller.
real
Exactly.
hand,
Because
though,
I
just
got
going
a
to call
coach
from the
for
straddle, and
it's
Kyle
all
Z
high
is
roller
going to get a
stuff.
customer.
Yeah.
And
But I
this
think it's
is
really good for
the
catching in long run.
Yeah.
the kind of arrangement that we had
A lot of
last time.
transferable skills, you know, in tournament.
Kyle backed into the set, got paid by the top 2, but this time it's just going to be an overpair to the board with jacks
Nothing you really want to talk about. It's always
and an 8
25
on the
people,
board.
40 people, we're going to do this. It's just so similar situation.
Yeah.
But the cash can 200 people, 300 people,
Paolo
150
going to
people.
check
it was just
call
different
here
stuff.
with the ace-queen high. His hand will be good a decent amount of the time. 9 of hearts, though,
I really
not a
enjoyed
good
it,
card
like,
for
the
either
deeper
player
we
and their
got, it's like the heart
perspective
is just always pounding.
on
Yeah.
what their
Every
opponent could be
decision
playing.
matters.
Are you still? I don't have a feeling anymore.
Well, I mean,
It's always
considering
How
there.
big you're buying tournaments? Is that what you're saying? Or?
And
No,
Kyle will
just
check
running
it
deep.
just
back.
running deep.
1200
Because
in the
I-
middle
you make a mistake and you're
deuce
done. You know, like,
on
I
the
don't really
river.
have that feeling anymore. I want to see when that
Brick City.
handsome man I have that feeling.
I think Paolo here
Poker
probably
doesn't do
just
it
going to be
anymore.
happy to get to showdown. No, he's not. He's going to
Wouldn't take $2
bet.
million though to quit, huh?
No.
No, see, okay.
Nani,
Poker still does it. Poker does it
And a
different
quick
way.
call from Kyle here. Unclear if Paolo's going for value or trying to get his opponent to fold a better hand exactly, but either way, Kyle Z happy to just snap it off and turn over the kings.
Keep running into Kyle's kings.
Yeah, Kyle's had kings 2 or 3 times tonight.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time by my count.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty nice to be on that side of the variance, for sure.
Yeah, you know, 90 hands, you get
When you go more and more.
get kings 3 of those,
Yeah, maybe
1 out of 30. Why not?
I'm so nervous every single time in live stream, but now I'm just used to. You know?
yeah. I think that's where experience pays off.
Ace 8 for fire. Cut off. JWin. Raise and take it.
No nid action, fire. No nid action.
Who do you think is the best tournament player in the main event?
In the main event?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about like just in general? I don't know, man. The more I watch Foxen play, I'm just always like,
He's pretty incredible, right, Alex Foxen?
I'll watch anything that has Foxen in it.
Do you think he's a pretty good player?
He's a good player, but he's not a main event player.
Yeah.
He's more of a high roller.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Daniel Negrano, but he hasn't been.
No, he doesn't even.
I don't really care to watch
Kitty
the
cow,
homie.
obviously, yeah.
I think Dan Elias, 100%.
Elias? Elias good.
Yeah.
Aaron Elias is really good.
Yeah.
Way too far. Yeah.
Right.
No one's mentioned Adamo yet.
Yeah, some guys just
Adamo.
have the skill to navigate a large
Jeremy
field.
Osmus
That's
seems
a
to
skill.
just make final table after final table.
Oh my god. I'm in. I'm all about clearance.
JWin here. Gonna come along with the 7-4-0.
4 off. Let's go. Old school
said he
high
has
stakes
to-
poker hands.
Yeah, he says he's got to play all of the blackjack hands, and so he's got the 11 here. Got to see a flop with that. Kenny here with the best hand, King High, also has a gutty to Broadway. Kyle Z with absolutely nothing is going to go ahead and take a stab at this.
Jack 6.
JWin tried to talk himself into bluffing.
Trash v trash. Yeah.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Would love to see them get in a huge pot though. 40K, 21K effective.
Yeah, 3 players playing over 20K.
One time announced.
Kitty, do you play in JRB's games?
No, they play one round Omaha, one round Holden. If they see winning a lot, they just stop at this game. Girls
Teams do that. It's like,
they like doing that when you like winning, and
When you win a lot, they
then change it again like Omaha, Michigan.
oh, never mind. I thought you said like they'll just kick you out of the game.
No.
Change the game.
That's
Last time my friend played, he won like a 200K, and they said, okay, there's a flip 5K each flop. If we say no, you're not getting it right back, and he lost the 600K at the end. I mean, they're just always doing that. They don't want like the good player coming back, you know. If I would just play.
Kyle Z with 2 queens.
And my friend maybe had a 750K in 1 session. I'm sure I'm gonna have to ask him if they gave him a similar option at the end of that.
You won or lost?
Paolo will
won.
complete. Play this one out of
Maybe I
position.
should play all this game.
Middle
If
pair.
like my friend like they put me, I just like don't think it's like I have an edge in holding in long run, but not.
Yeah, you'd
Omaha,
much
not
rather
this
have
game,
at
because
least
of
one
just
club
different-
out there
different game,
to go to
you know.
war with this hand.
I'm okay for 500, 1K, 200, 500, 400 holding, but not the Omaha.
Yeah. Yeah, the people that are really good at Omaha.
Third size
are
here
good at
from
Omaha.
Kyle.
I just never studied
Don't feel
enough
like
for Omaha. I just don't
Pulled
think I
this
have
hand
edge
super
there.
easily if you're Paolo, but you don't love
If
it.
you want to play this game,
Yeah.
I can introduce you. If you want to.
Yeah, I think so. I want to play the Omaha game. 'Cause they
This is
have-
like the
they have
least
just an
favorable
Omaha game
board
too,
that you
right?
want to see.
Yeah.
And
Check raise
Paolo is-
inbound.
Yeah, here we go. He says, you know what, I'm going to have 6s and 5s that you aren't.
This is what I love about poker.
And the problem with raising a hand like this is that you're going to have so many other hands that you get to raise with as well.
That's what it's supposed to be about.
Your
This is
sort
funny
of
game.
combo draws, your 7-8 of spades, your
I
7-8
remember
of
one
clubs
time
even.
I
I mean,
saw
there's a
Poker
lot of
Derby
things
there,
that you can think
and
about
Lindsay
check
Dunn
raising
was a
here
200K,
that
played
taking
400,
second
200,
pair
400, with
going
a
for it
thumb there,
isn't
and
necessarily
he shoved a 200K with a queen ten of
be
suit.
recommended,
I'm not sure you guys see that
but,
anymore.
With Lynn?
of course, that is just going to get the job done a lot of the time.
I heard the JWin say
You don't have to sweat the equity of the overcards
please don't
when they
let me
fold,
disappoint,
but
don't play tight. And they show that 200K with
board
the queen
pairing
10.
jack
Oh,
now
yeah.
on the turn.
Scary turn.
Even
For
if
both.
not play too tight, it's still I would not joke.
I know what hand. I know what hand.
Paolo's not going to be
8100
check
in the
raising
middle.
a ton of jacks here. Even ace jack is going to be
Right.
incentivized to just check
Yeah,
call.
that's huge, right?
So that card not going to be
Did you ever
particularly
wanted to quit
dangerous.
at one point? I thought he wanted
He
to.
can go a couple of directions here. The problem for him is if he bets and gets check raised again, that's really going to suck. So he's just going to check.
Yeah.
Like 900k. Trying to crush like 3 or
Before
4
that,
bottles.
Another board pair on the end of 5, which is perhaps a scarier card for Kyle
At that time, I
than
think he
the
was
board
losing,
pairing
and
the
then I
6
remember
would
I
have
thought
been.
I saw a tweet.
Typically, if
Maybe
you're
it's
going to
somebody else
bluff, you'll
gonna,
pick your
take a
bottom
break from
pairs
poker
before
that
your middle
he
pairs.
didn't like. This was during the
Paolo just shutting this one
controversy
down,
with
and Kyle
Kirby.
Z is going
I
to
thought
win.
he had tweeted saying that he
8K
wanted
pot
to take a
here
break, but maybe
momentarily.
someone else.
How's he trying to figure out if he can
What do I think?
squeak out a little more
I was
value
pretty sure she didn't cheat.
versus getting
And
blown
then I
off
went,
of it?
Like 70% she did cheat. And then I went back to like
The
we
tension
just don't
between
have
wanting
evidence,
to
it's not fair to crucify her.
Yeah, if you
check it
like,
back,
like,
get a little more value. Happy to take the 8100 down.
And queens keep winning.
Queens
Alright,
keep
any
winning. Kyle Z keeps stacking.
Big
Black
pocket
shirt
there.
is doing the work.
Yeah.
And she just don't know what she's doing. She has no idea.
Like she's consistent.
Yeah, it feels good when you have a session and you see this many premium hands over a short period of time, and you just aren't getting cooler. You know, like you keep winning, whether it's small pots or big pots. It's just foot on the gas, moving forward. Pretty amazing.
She's consistent.
I'm trying to jinx you.
If we end
I
the
thought
stream
that's
right
the reason
now,
why I thought she was innocent, because there was enough people that said no, like she does this stuff.
after 2
And
years.
then the moment I changed my mind because that
Power
post was
runs
supposed
very
to
balanced
video say
today.
something.
You went hardcore on
We're
her.
not over yet, so I'm not doing
Then
you
I believe she
Just for
was
like
cheat.
20?
But after I really played her person many times and realized no, she's not cheating.
Yeah,
Looks like we're talking about Robbie
It
Blue
doesn't
here.
make sense, right?
Leave some for us. Leave some cards for us.
I got aces now.
Kyle Z. Might as well have aces. How hot he's
Yeah, you
running.
get action for
10-5
life. You get
suited.
use for that hand, you know? Action for life.
7-5-3.
I mean, I think Kyle's in this hand, is he not?
I thought he was. Pretty sure he is. Yes.
Yeah.
Crap.
yeah.
You know what? I didn't even think about that, dude. Is it? I'll make sure I'm not on it.
Juan Hernandez, why don't they use a card shuffler or plastic cards? Well, I'm not sure if you've ever been to TCH to hold the cards, but these cards are very much absolutely plastic. The card shuffler, on the other hand, is a completely different matter. Turns out that you don't ever actually own a card shuffler. You lease it from the manufacturer, the whatever the owner of it, and then you have to pay them some sort of silly fee. It's a little bit of a racket to have card shufflers.
all the women went
It's
to
also a little bit tough to get the good high quality ones that can use the live stream cards, which are thicker, heavier, stiffer.
You just walk up and down the room. Yeah. I introduce you. I know the guys. See, some of your
Yeah, and
guys,
these
young white
not
guys,
only are they
yeah.
plastic, but they're also
a lot of those in Dallas.
RFID
Oh, yeah. But in poker, there's only a
cards
couple.
that are thicker.
Cash his mom watches the stream. I can't be hooking him up on stream. His mom won't get mad. His mom won't get mad.
Pair of 5 for both players. King kicking for Yao, and he'll fist pump to victory.
You do? No, okay.
Yeah.
All in good fun.
Last year, because I met a lot of different group of people, like good crypto people, they don't really play poker. All my friends are poker players. I'm like kind of tilting. But after I meet a different group of people, I'm happier.
Juan says the cards bend so easily. You tell the dealer and they don't change the cards. Well, I'm not really sure
The people that you hang out with
what
regularly, they play poker?
what level of standard you have for the bendability of your cards, but yeah, unless the cards are actually damaged, they're not going to swap out a deck on your request. But by and large, I think that the RF poker cards, along with the rest of the technology from the table to the app and everything that we use in order to produce this show for y'all, I think is top notch. So quite pleased to be
someone that understands poker,
on board with our poker
Especially I
crowd.
travel so much, you need to trust me so much.
Right, yeah.
Can't please everybody as much as we try.
Keep firing on
Raise and take it. Let's get this energy out of here.
Kirby over here rooting for blood.
We want to play raise it and raise it.
I would. I'm like, you know what naive means? Naive is like when you trust people too much. Like I'm very naive in that way.
Yeah, I'm too.
Yeah, my wife, when we were dating, she would just go out and she wouldn't tell me where she was, and she would just come home like, oh, did you have a good time? She would hate it because she's like, why are you not worried? Like,
Pokernomix, King Queen, the low jack.
But I'm not. You know what I mean? Like I'm just so.
I want you to fight for me.
Yeah, I think that could be the perspective. But I'm just so
Kyle Z,
relaxed,
A7.
You got a crazy one. That's fine.
Facing an open, quick fold. Yeah, with 2 5s. It's going along.
Because there's no reason if you don't trust.
Yeah, exactly.
If we break the trust, then it's okay. There's a different story. But I always trust people the first place.
Yeah.
It's no point just like curious, like really, no point. I don't like a drama in my life.
Yeah.
H&H says, Ben, I enjoyed meeting you during our tourney.
No.
Which tourney is that?
It works on me, I'm the kind of person that like.
Maybe when you were playing earlier?
He falls for all the scams.
Or yesterday or whenever?
Maybe. I don't remember.
It's like, all right, this is the guy who wants to scam.
You want Social Security? Okay.
Make yourself known, H&H. I'd be curious to know which tournament you and I played together.
So top and bottom pair here for fire. Yao still with a pair of 5s on what looks to be a reasonably innocuous board.
The private game that I play,
pair
I'm
now
just
for
like
fire.
really fucking
Yao
questioning things. I just stopped going, but.
Will just show down the 5s and lose to the 10s.
Kitty's here. She'll tweet it out too.
Keep running nuts into nuts. Huh?
I think it's so hard to find boyfriend who I travel so much.
Yeah, that is true. I would say most guys do have like a jealousy gene, like they get worried because especially if they're dating somebody cute and pretty and successful, it's like you're always threatened by other guys around the world that might try to take that. But maybe because I knew my wife was
Can't please everybody.
Definitely can't. Which is certainly fine by me. JWin here, ace 5-0, not worth an open. Kyle Z will open the 10-9 suited though. And JD's turn with the king.
2 Cowboys.
It's up to 1,300. Kyle's going to make the call, and Kitty here has already relinquished her hand. So heads up between Kyle Z and a JD.
We've got hope. Queen 8 gives Kyle Z a straight draw. See how JD prices it.
Out of position here, down bet, fairly standard. 900 to go, and Kyle Z in position with the gut shot to the nuts will make the call.
12K?
12K?
Like 11.8K.
Clubs, double gutted.
I started April of last year, and then I took a break in October. So was that May, June, July, August, September, October? So
Still plenty of hands that JD can get value from. Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack.
I just, go over hands, talk about how I'm doing for the month, what I learned, and what I think is the right
like lifestyle, like traveling stuff. I see more viewers.
H&H says he played the horse tournament yesterday. I don't remember. Maybe I'm completely blanking out. It was fine until it wasn't.
You should do more like talking about moral. And people no one wants to listen you talk about
membership, unfortunately, does not cover all locations. If you play in Dallas and then drive down to Austin, for example, you will need a new membership in order to participate in the game.
The attention is high or low.
Size up here from JD on the turn.
They really just don't care about
Kyle
this
with the
topic,
double gutty.
but they really care about other things.
Looking at 3.5K to call. Pot will go up to almost 12. Not quite getting the right price, and he will let it go.
Nice size pot.
Queens this time, buddy, did you?
2,500 profit for JD, stacking cheddar.
Yeah. Big pot request.
Yeah, it always feels rough when you pick up equity on the turn, but then have to fold anyways, just because you're not getting the right price. But
yeah,
the best players are going to recognize that you know, if I improve and I hit my hand, it's not that 10-9 is like particularly face up or something, but you know, it will be a connecting card that comes out. Your opponent has already seen you call 2 streets in position, right? Like the chances that you're going to win this massive all in and stack them and really cooler them hard is relatively low, and it's kind of tough to improve anyways. So the implied odds that a lot of people will sort of cling to when they're not getting the right price sometimes isn't really there. You kind of have to be careful. I mean, this is even more true, of course, with flush draws. When like a flush comes in, it's quite obvious. Even the backdoors can be a little bit more apparent than some of these straight draws. But yeah, you just always have to be balancing between, you know, just playing straight pot odds and factoring in your implied odds to not get too carried away.
Yeah.
You donate too much to 2 days. Don't donate too much.
Yeah, out here getting squeezed massively by Kitty from the big blind. She is really not shied away from sizing up these raises when she has decided to come into the pot.
7 deuce.
And Yao here, it's like taking a quarter back, and it wasn't quite clear exactly how much he had bet.
She was giving him a discount for betting him. Man, ace queen again for Kitty. Seems like she's had that hand 9 times.
Yeah,
tonight,
and I think that's why she sized up there, because the last few haven't gone well for her.
Right.
You're the person. You're nice to me, so I'm nice to you.
May I get a coffee when you're free? Coffee 2 and 2.
Can you put something making him sleepy?
Coffee 2 and 2. What kind of coffee drinker are you, my friend? Did you,
I usually go black,
I'm just kidding.
unless I'm getting something like very Starbucks treaty, you know. If it's for the caffeine, I drink it black. If it's for an experience, I'll get something with a little bit extra pizzazz in there. What about you?
pumpkin spice or something?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
not
a
a
black
bugger.
coffee drinker myself, so I like a lot of flavor in the coffee department and not a lot of sweets or anything.
I think
Yeah.
personality is more important. Personality is more
Yeah, we have, as a wedding present, like 8 years ago, we got a Mocha Master, which is this whoop-de-doo coffee maker, which is awesome because it's lasted this long and it brews a really good cup of coffee. It's kind of expensive, but it's been worth it because we use it every single day for the last decade or so.
Nice, you're getting some real mileage out of that thing.
Yeah, proud of it. They're
All
not
right,
cheap.
battle of the middling pairs here. JWin on 7s, Kyle Z on 8s, and Fire sneaking in there with a suited Jack 7.
有这种东西，不同门部的，你打牌应该明白的。你拿那个都是他们的，就是对到的牌。Sorry。
I know you're talking about, yeah.
Like, there's a 3%.
Oh, yeah.
Second pair for Fire, facing a bet. Kyle Z.
The other one was like, he called
JWin out of the way, so heads up to the turn. King of Hearts. Things getting a little bit more connected on the top end here.
Said, yeah, a gangster. Bam. Tell me you're a gangster.
what's that? I said everybody was.
And after Kyle Z checks, Fire is going to blast into the pot here for 600.
What's the other night?
But Kyle's not going anywhere yet. A couple of flush draws that Kyle doesn't interact with, and
Wow.
the call way behind.
This board is dicey.
Where do you normally play?
Fire is going to be thrilled to win this hand.
Yeah, he's going to give it up, but he's going to win.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Kyle Z with the right instinct in that
Get burned, Kyle. Get burned.
Fire didn't have a ton,
Keep that fire.
but
That's that fire.
Fire
Any game
grateful
Kyle
to
loses.
take
I wish you remember that
$800
COVID
down,
year
which is max 7.
when like poker shut down for a few months. I wish I learned. I know this is underground stuff, but I wish I took that time.
Jack
to learn
Rivers
PLO.
going
I
back down to
never
the
really
felt,
got into the
rolling a
game.
23. Sorry, buddy.
And now
Better
it's,
luck
like,
next
everywhere.
time.
But I think you should learn Hold'em first.
5 card.
The thing is, it took me so long to learn this game. I was like, I just want to move on to the next thing.
Yao is not just a solid lock on the clubs, by the way. 9-3 clubs went into the muck right there.
Oh, okay. All right. So my thesis has been disproven.
Whatever you said, you got nice watch over there. What's that? Yeah, that's time.
Wait, was that a walk?
You gotta watch too.
A true walk.
I keep changing the time because every time different country I'm sick. Just be patient. That's all.
You travel too much.
I travel too much.
You need one of those watches that has all the time on it, like all the different time zones.
And 96. Pretty good hands per hour rate
I don't know if I
for
like
this stream.
traveling to play poker though.
Yeah, anything
If I had
over
to do that, if I
100
was a full-time
by the
tournament
end of the
player,
stream, I
I
think
don't think I would
is pretty
enjoy
good.
living out of a suitcase.
Yeah, you will not enjoy it.
I want to.
Trust me.
Kenny
I
here
hate
first
it.
to act. I think Queen 10-0 is
I mean,
pretty
even I stay at W Hotel
low
700
down,
a
but
night,
he's
I'm
going
not
to limp
enjoying
this
it.
one, see if he can get something going here towards the end
I mean,
of
hotels have
the
like the best
stream.
beds though, but like I don't know, just living out of a suitcase.
Jack 3, here we go.
250 days
Limping
per
button.
year, you're sick.
It's hard. But I asked some of the other tournament pros, they love it. They're like, oh, we get to visit all these, and I get it. But I'm just really
I
happy
mean, the
being
point is that if the
Kyle and
WPT,
Yao come in
World
with
Poker
their
Tour win,
disconnected
if they can do
high-low
like 10
cards,
minutes, like World
and
Poker Tour
4
win, they can
players
shoot
to
4
flop
times per
we
year.
go.
I'll probably just play in Vegas all the time.
4, 5,
If I want
Yao.
to play cash game, I just go like LA, right? The live stream. But like WPT 4 times in Vegas and then WSOP, good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm good. I don't need to travel that much.
Now betting straight out with the
But
2
I really
pair
want
and
like one more and
takes
more.
down,
And I
no
can
contest.
Just stay at home, you know?
Always feels nice when you get to see a flop for free out of the straddle and then just win the pot with a single bet.
Yeah,
Because when you
No,
start
that one
more
was
and
made
more
for
and
me.
you love
Cool.
it.
Gotcha.
that's right.
You have a
This is
passion.
how it's supposed to always
When you learn
go.
something new.
This is a positive
Like you said, you have
investment,
a
not a
girlfriend,
net
and
negative.
You learn something new about her and you're excited, you know?
Decided to try it out.
Let's take a look at the stream here and see how many likes we have on the broadcast. Looks like we are over 100, but if you haven't had an opportunity to hit the like button, please do help us out and strike the like button. That will get us further up on the giveaway merchandise list or whatever.
Punch that like button. Kitty raising it to 300 with the 2 6s. Kyle Z, the nut low, steel wheel draw, ace deuce suited.
Kyle's been telling me for a while I should make content. So you have like 2 years worth of like streams that
Oh, you have so much stuff that you can go back and download.
10 tray.
Right over, like you have it all. That's actually pretty sick. I didn't even think about that.
You could flop for a pair of 6s.
Yeah, if you wanted to, I feel like you can build a following pretty quick.
Kyle, though, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
There's a really good correlation between the size of the game and popularity. Like, people who play high stakes games, they just gain quicker.
It's weird though. They do, but like the relatability.
It's tough to connect with this board, so you can get a lot of better aces to fold with a check raise here. But of course, a pair won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Kyle Z's also seen Kitty fold to aggression tonight, so maybe that was his trying to take advantage of that, but the board's gotten worse for his hand. Oh, kings and 3s.
Has been wildly successful for all these guys in like,
Kyle Z might feel okay about his hand.
start vlogging, like the rampage.
Well, when Kitty calls the check raise, though, so she can definitely have some like ace king, ace queen with backdoors, things of that nature, but pretty much hands weaker than that are going to fold. So this is betting into a relatively strong range, actually. 3.5K is an overbet, just a little bit.
It's a fold. Nice bet on the end by Kyle Z. Close, and he shows it.
was thinking you probably not block the ace high.
Actually, the best hand. I'm a high.
Kyle Z can do no wrong tonight. 25K in the green.
Yeah, Kyle certainly a strong player and going to be implementing moves like that. Pretty balanced, but it certainly helps when you're up 25K and you're like, you know what? I think I can just get this one through, and put your foot on the gas, see what happens.
Like after, like whenever I have a big losing session,
Aggression can cover a multitude of sins. It can also make your life worse. It doesn't go great, but power poker still relevant.
She's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like you must.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you see just time after time after time on the lower stakes streams, like in particular. I was doing some of the 2-5 streams here in Austin for a long time. And you'd see a lot of passive play, and anytime someone would either just sort of show up on the stream and be like, I'm just going to, play a more aggressive style than I usually do, or just try to punk people left and right, would just hit bluff after bluff after bluff through, people folding hands that they probably shouldn't be in such, just because aggression is just going to get the job done a lot of the time. And so yeah, a lot of data points
really
there.
Like Mariano's stuff, and I think a lot of people just
For that style of play.
I like his stuff a lot.
He's one of the best, like, players.
Paolo's turn to try to win with pocket sixes. JD goes for the check call on the flop with the top pair.
I agree with that. He's gotten better
Three
so
on
fast
the
too.
turn. Nope, it's actually a 7. Okay, there we go.
Spades on the river.
They have to see the success stories, because like your risk of ruin is so high by leaving a career in your early 20s. You know what I mean? Like you graduate.
So yeah, the river has not gone check-check. Got a little bit of an issue here, but I believe the action is on JD, and he is probably going to come out for some value.
And that jump is what everybody aspires to.
We'll pot.
Evaluate that.
Oh. Oh, wait, no, the 4 is not the actual card. I think it's an 8. Because that would give Paolo a straight.
Yeah, no, that, yeah, we've had some issues, I think.
It's like fascinating to me that you even give mine.
Also with the 6s.
Oh, right. Nice little value bet there from JD.
Yeah, getting 8 on the end, a little extra.
You and I are similar in that we don't think of it necessarily as another business. We think of it more like a creativity.
Midnight one.
Yeah, the graphic was wrong.
Yeah. Because there's a couple guys that'll like fill in. Like, if you guys lead,
yeah, one thing that I've noticed is that if you ever do end up getting either 2 cards pitched onto one scanner at the same time, some sort of inadvertent error where multiple cards end up over a scanner and then just sort of shuffled around as you get the cards to the right players. Sometimes that crosstalk of having one card registered on multiple scanners can create sort of a cascade effect where you have problems down for the rest of the hand.
Yeah.
Looks like that's sort of what we have there. Multi-way action here, 4 players to 6 high flop.
Your creative juices into, and like that's like a really good
Deuce 3 6.
So that's like something I strive
Now,
for.
pair and a straight draw. Paolo over pair.
Have you read Durkin's book?
25.
I bought it on Audible, and I still have a couple of things I have to get.
Sanctuary, good night, buddy.
On Audible. I bought
This is 2,
I bought my
3,
father-in-law
4,500. And then
old school. But
anybody that filled out the form and helped us hit the like button goal will be notified by email if they have won any of the merchandise during the giveaway.
Nice.
Do keep a lookout for that.
Yeah, and give me 4, right? Give me 5.
So here?
Maybe you're trying to film for a vlog, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
capture like 1 or 2 hands, maybe like
Check on the turn. Free river, 6 of spades. There's the board.
commit to the session.
Paolo here.
9K.
Finished with the best hand, but Yao
Like
could
it.
be reaching the chips.
Oh,
Yeah.
900.
The first time I lost a pocket king already, I was gonna say it's
And a
a
half pot size bet here going for value against a hand like an ace stray or ace deuce, I suppose. And in fact, just gets Paolo to fold the pair of sevens.
Interesting.
Hey, I think I know.
This hand to Yao with a gift.
And he offered to grab food and just share with
Good
me
luck
like
tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah.
You might see me up here, maybe not.
I'll just drag you into that the next time I'm in Dallas. Do you know him?
Okay, I'm need to go back. He said, well,
Yeah, he was really open.
Interesting. Really just giving him credit for a six there, I suppose.
it's not Capone, right? I don't want
Perhaps
to come
even
on.
a
He
trap
mentioned that he wanted to
flush.
learn, like,
The
he wanted to
monitor.
talk
I
more
sent you on
technical
this.
Oh,
stuff.
man, okay.
And in exchange, he would share like
I think you already get my
social media
messages, I
stuff.
think, but you can look.
Okay.
Kitty maybe packing it up.
See you, Marky.
With that kind of business attitude, that's kind of
GG's.
Oh yeah.
See you tomorrow night. Playing the Wednesday night stream.
And the sponsorship is not bad money too. Like
Kyle Z, ace 4, diamonds,
so the
and
way
a
I
cutoff,
budget like
folded
poker
2.
is I try my best never to withdraw from my poker account. So no matter what,
Yeah, I was going to defend the button here with the Jack
being up or
10-0,
down
and
doesn't affect my
Kenny
quality of life.
will come
My
along from
bankroll
the
is just
small
like
blind
imaginary money
as
to
well.
me,
But
and then
Fire,
my other income
of all the
sources,
hands that he's played, the King
however
9-0,
little it is that
not good
I'm
enough for
trying to grow
him.
it, I use that
Put
to
another
fund our
$100
personal
out there.
living. And what would be really cool
And
is,
he
like,
would
let's
have
say
flopped
5 years
top
from
and
now,
bottom
and
pair.
if, let's say my poker reaches a certain number, I'm like, cool, like
bit
I can be done
curious.
if I wanted to be, you know.
Interesting board.
Like, on the one hand, I never stress out.
300 continue from Kyle Z. Quick call from Yao, pair and a straight draw.
Might see you
And on the
guys in,
business
the
side,
next
it
one.
encourages me to like figure out.
Yeah, pretty ambitious bet here from Kyle Z.
Just more of the social media.
Flat callers
Tomorrow maybe, but
from
maybe
those
not.
positions are going to have a lot of Broadway
You know, for,
cards,
like, let's say my level, it can be
but
2 to 5K.
does have an overcard some backdoor equity, so deciding to just go for it anyway. This card, of course, is
So there's a
terrible.
lot of leverage there, you know.
We'll check it over. Yao now. Second pair and a straight draw.
Well, yeah. I mean, there were some good games last year, but
No opt for the aggressive approach.
The online ones I say no to immediately. You know,
Take it down.
I don't know anything about the lifestyle stuff, like the clothing brands and stuff like that. But like the
Jack River
ones,
says
I
it
mean,
wasn't
they're not gonna
suited.
do
Well,
very
that's
much.
true, but I don't think that stopped
You might as well
Fire
just do your own,
before.
like, you know what I mean? Like,
my speed as much, I don't think.
but like let's say the brand you want to promote is like technical poker. And there's a company, like the one that I was working with, I felt like I was, or we were like literally one step away from moving forward, like GTOWizard.com.
Ace Jack suited for Yao. Nice starting hand.
The deal broke off. I have suspicions why, but just last year,
350.
the whole thing broke apart,
Fire
man.
calls.
I can share with you the numbers off screen, but you know, something like
too.
yeah. But that one is like, yeah.
It's like Jonathan hit me up on Messenger a while back. I never pursued it in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Top for Yao.
I like he's got
Double gutted
he's done a good
for
job
Fire.
with his brand and his content out there, and like on being on the Poker Go little clips and videos.
Yeah, and that flop went from
Love to hear your experience.
bad to worse
Yeah, I
for
mean,
both players
yeah,
in terms
Jonathan's
of their
just like
perceived equity.
everything.
But Fire here is going to
And
fire
he's
out
fucking
on
hilarious.
the turn, and
He's
yeah,
so
Yao is
funny. Like, he's just fun to be
going to
around.
let this
He's
one
the
go.
love
Like,
of the
okay, I just what do I beat?
Right.
No,
9
he's
8 of
a-
clubs.
he's a-
Turns
a-
Nine
out,
clubs.
but
I'm training him. Serious.
Guess you just didn't have the soul read, man. Try harder.
You know, when you say like, oh, poker pros need to
bluffing or
be
you
like
have it?
this, he's like
Jack, of course, you're right. Yeah,
Party
playing
Hill,
a lot
like,
of
he's a
suited crap
really good
is
representation of poker, I
You think you
think.
had
is
it?
indeed
I think you liked that.
the MO, but
You have a heart or no?
you know,
All heart. All heart right here.
you're certainly
heart.
correct about that. The suited cards are going to get played a lot
I
more.
heard Tuesday raise.
Final 15 of the big game, Tuesday night. MK and Mr. McEvoy. No relation to Tom, right?
No, people ask me that pretty regular, and I'm sure somewhere in the family tree there is a connection, as we all sort of go back to the same region back
Right.
in Ireland. But no connection that I'm aware of.
See? Oh, shit.
Bye, Kitty. Have a good night.
Strong Irish name.
So I won't see you tomorrow, but I'll see you around.
I see you in March.
Okay, see you then.
Do you enjoy Irish culture? Do you care about that at all? Heritage.
So I'm very much a mutt. My last name is sort of the only thing that's really that Irish about our family tree, which is always sort of interesting when you look back through your lineage to see like who came from where and all. But yeah, I mean I do certainly enjoy some good like Celtic music. A really good upbeat fiddle and bagpipes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's like one Canadian rock band that was pretty big actually in Canada and maybe in Europe and such. Maybe not here in the U.S. as much, but it was called Enter the Haggis. And they made some really good rock and roll that was just like jamming, bagpipes.
An Irish
and
flair
fiddles
to
and
it.
stuff.
Yeah, that's
great. So I used to jam to them quite a lot. I still have them in my my like party playlist, of course. But,
Love it.
yeah. I've never consumed haggis though, and I'm
Me
not
either.
quite sure I'm interested in doing so.
Nor I. I draw the line at haggis, I think.
Yeah.
Jack Rivers Poker says, I'm a big fan of the Irish goodbye. You and me both, sir. Love a good Irish goodbye.
Where did Ben go? I actually asked myself that a couple of times on the stream. I was like, oh, where did Ben go? He Irish goodbye in the middle of the stream.
That's the ultimate power play as JWin takes it down with the two jiggities. Cool $25,000 winner for Kyle Z.
Wolflo wants to know how will the winner be picked for the giveaway. Well, the players that or the chatters that have submitted their information, filled out the form, are going to be entered into a random drawing. Their name will be chosen at random and notified by email later on tonight or tomorrow by our producer David. Mr. Delivery is joining us after Kitty takes her leave. Sit down in the 5 seat there.
16.5.
Stephen Tixay. Spent some time with him in the booth a few weeks back. Really interesting guy, good poker player.
Easy. This heads up, right?
Definitely a very interesting guy. He's always got something to say, and
Very
he's
talkative.
not shy about giving you a hard time too. But all in good fun, of course.
This is the first time I've ever set up a 5-seat this season.
A couple of overcards here for JWin, but
I'm almost invariably on that end of the table.
not enough equity to continue. Pokernomix will get that one taken down
How
with
many times did you
a
stack
C-bet.
Mallory? Huh? How many times did you stack Mallory? Zero.
How was that game over there, man?
It was good. We started doing some wacky stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a 2-5 game with like Mallory and Dog and Steven and Cashman.
I would have to be really convinced, really sold on the haggis, what I know about it.
Winner put in like a blind 50 raise, but like it was weird.
That makes sense.
Jedi Master Ted is the king of sarcastic rhetorical questions.
2-5 game with that cast.
It's like a dead.
Yeah. Getting creative there.
Yeah, I mean, any of the kind of off-the-wall traditional meals or cultural staples in certain parts of the world, I'm just like, I'm pretty open-minded, and I'll try a lot of things, and I generally enjoy most of the things that I've tried. But I don't know if I want to eat like a, what is it, a 30-year egg or 100-year egg or something, just like a literal rotting egg. And
It wasn't live though.
organ meat and brains and all kinds of stuff. I don't know, man. I
think there's enough meat out there to enjoy without having to delve into non-standard parts of the animal. I got nothing to prove. Ace King suited versus Queens. Kyle Z, another huge pocket pair. Let's see if the Kyle show can continue in the final 10 minutes of this stream. All in for 10,000.
Yeah, and you can take
get out of there.
Like that's the thing. If someone raises, so
Kyle's going to get a count here. This is going to be 7,200 more to call. Pot will go up to about 19,000. And I think pocket queen's going to have plenty enough equity to call this one off. That's my estimation. But
I don't like the ultimate last action thing.
the stack
Primarily
counted
because
down
I feel
here.
like the straddle thing, there should be like some disadvantage that causes action. Whereas I think like the ultimate last action kind of kills action.
Alzy's got the margin for it as well.
Like the straddle makes sense because
If he feels like he's speculating.
what a blind is. The ultimate lash action.
It's a big bet, obviously.
Its own thing.
Your hand's too strong, I think.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I mean, it does serve a function in that when people, you know, open, they'll open a little bit bigger. But they're,
Of course, I mean,
but I
Yeah, it
see
can
the
certainly feel like you're about to
unintended-
get coolered, but the nice thing about having pocket queens here as opposed to pocket jacks is that like you completely unblock the 80 beat everything else. You know, so it's like, or I mean, sorry, you beat the other things that you don't block, obviously jacks. But you know, aces and kings, of course, are in there. But because there are 16 combos of ace king, it can feel like, yeah, you just kind of gotta put it in there.
The thing is, the one time you put it in
Kind
the
of
pocket,
though.
And you moved
you
here
just
last
show
year?
them like,
Yeah, end of last year.
Okay. Wait, end of last year as in like a few months ago? A couple months ago or whatever? Okay.
Yeah.
By yourself or you move with?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you
in the
think?
tank.
Kyle Z finds the fold. It kind of looks like he's leaning that way.
My New Year's resolution last
Does fold, wanting to maybe end the night on a high note.
Just a low card, just a low card.
So
Just a
nine.
low card.
Show nine.
Come on. Just show the low card.
If all the best players at the table are trying to get you to show your hand, I think that's an indication that you should not.
I know what you mean, though, Kyle. It's the one time you have to make a disciplined fold. It's
Wow, so nice little pickup there. Pokernomix doesn't need to improve his hand. Pick up several $1,000s there.
Kind of a tournament vibe there with the overshove of the ace-king suited.
the disciplined fold.
Alzy, I get it. I mean,
Yeah, although
had a great night. Large win booked up already. Looking at overcalling 7,500. I'm a guy that hasn't done that all night. Yeah, I don't know.
Put it out there for all of eternity.
He's had queens so many times that he gets the luxury of being able to fold it.
It's actually,
Yeah, right.
maybe my hottest take isn't even about the dating scene. It's just about some of the dating.
All right, fire here. Suited cards. He's got suited cards.
Suited
He's in
cards.
Don't need to immortalize.
already said too much.
there. That suit does not arrive on the flop.
Really in after the stream.
JD will check back. The top pair, no kicker. 3 of spades now on the turn. Brings a backdoor flush draw for Yao.
So JWin, when they started yesterday,
But he's just going to check here. Definitely a spot I would have expected.
Okay.
played all
a
the way
bet.
down, and as soon as the 10th guy got eliminated, we ended the
Yeah.
game.
How late, like time-wise, did you end up playing?
On day 2?
On the final day.
The final day, I got eliminated around like 6:45, I think.
Okay, so it took a while then to,
Yeah, I mean,
Checks
every
to
decision
JD
was
once
like-
again
I mean, every
with
hand
that
was like a
400.
5 to 8 minute hand, you know? Like,
See if Yao has
Some
CV's
of the folks
intentions
that,
here after checking.
I played with some of the folks that made it to the final table throughout the tournament, and there were some folks who took their time,
yeah.
even before it got to that big of a
Pump fake there from Yao.
Yeah, he's got a
Back
few
to the
pump fakes in his arsenal.
It was a good pace, but, you know, like, especially, I get it, when every page jump is just so much. And also, like, there was like
You don't
four
want
of
to bet
us
the
that
turn,
had
you're gonna
similar
check raise the
stack
turn, huh?
sizes. I get it, man. Like, every spot is like an extra 20
Yeah,
grand. So nobody wants to
JD
make a
very
mistake,
well
so,
aware of the dynamic
though.
there.
Usually when people
He's like,
bet
you don't
the
want to
turn,
bet the turn, you want to check raise it, which is a little bit curious
That's how
because
they look at it, man. You know,
Yeah,
play the first
kind of
tournament,
a
make a deep
blank
run,
card.
Yeah.
suddenly you become a tournament player.
The thing that sucks is,
Yao
like,
improves to a
there was
pair
a
of
play when I said I'd
nines,
like
which
to
is
use my
still
one time now.
second best.
And if I
Didn't
brick
come
and
in?
brick, no. I don't understand.
It's unfortunate. Well, it means you still got in the bank.
It was nice. Cash-wise, I was stuck pretty big for the month, so it's like, you know, just to be back in the black was nice.
Buffeted.
Right around
Sure.
half pot here
2100.
now from Yao, and JD quick call. Yeah,
This
JD
turned
well aware.
into Pretty sizable pot for JD with the king 5 ball.
No. Call. It's been hit or miss. I mean,
Yeah, the cadence of that hand just a little bit too weird.
Yeah.
Yao just has to have an absolute monster there, and it's really hard for him to have one. So the top pair is just a no-brainer call. Yeah, easy hand there for JD, and nice to come out on top.
April.
Do we have one big pot left in us? Hand 107
And then
with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Two online tournaments on ACR. I just want to be ready for Vegas. You know what I mean? I don't want to like fire off 10K bullets and not be ready.
A7 suited for Kyle Z.
So like the hallmark for that was like the farmer bro. Like,
well, it won't be that one.
It won't be that one. Reason. Take it.
It's like the fucking smugness of the smile, or you know.
Just like that, Mr. Delivery stuck $100.
There's like attributes that are like. But I wouldn't think of you as that.
And Yao, who has sort of yo-yoed around up and down on the leaderboard, being both down significantly and up
I think it's also partially like
significantly, is now
shit
just about break even.
when we played. So like
Swingy.
a little like fun rivalry going. And then, Before we had mics, like everybody like
Kings.
like, the
Yeah.
first time we had mics, I watched it,
Limps
like,
button.
man, people are going real quickly. I'm an asshole. Like real fucking quickly. Kirby's talking all this shit.
I've never got that impression.
Huh?
I've never got
Kenny
that
calls
impression.
from the small blind. JD checks his option in the straddle, and here we go. 3 players to a flop, ace high.
Not
Some backhanded
nice, but
compliments?
you're so nice that you didn't understand it.
Yeah. I made a backhanded compliment to you earlier, and you're just like, oh no, it's fine. Then Kyle starts laughing. I was like, that's fine.
Yao decides to bet this flop.
And I said you should maybe start.
Oh, I heard you.
Despite the ace coming out. A quick fold, so it takes it down. Looks like
No, I said something sarcastic back. I think
we'll
you
get
missed
at
that.
least another hand here.
It sounded like you're just like, I just love the game so much. You're just like, I was like, I don't know if you got it, but I don't want to.
You probably didn't hear my response.
Kenny here taking some damage this evening.
I
Stuck
was ready to give up
16.
and try something new.
Fire down 6, JD down 3 thereabouts.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough night for Kenny.
I like to kill him with kindness, yeah?
It works. Did you? It works.
And scoop JD on the side. Are we on the side?
Yeah, really set up in that one spot with top 2 pair against the
Yeah.
Gotta give you a shot.
set.
Just a cooler.
Beef? We do have beef. We got beef.
Kyle here raising with the suited Jack 8, getting called in 2 spots. Pokernomix with the dominating diamond, so we could get that big pot
We usually just leave it
brewing.
25-50, or do we do 25-50, 100?
Okay. Open-ended straight draw for Yao. Gutter ball, backdoor diamonds for Kyle Z.
We're just gonna keep it 25-50 for now. See how it plays out.
Surely this is why. I think it's going like this.
Yeah, Yao here, too many green chips. He's going to put those across the line for a call. Heads up to a turn with 2K in the middle.
Some hearts.
What if I lead in with like I was down 12,000?
Well, wait for the flip. Wait for the flip. Ooh. You don't know what you're going to have to report.
Oh, this is the big one, right?
Too, right?
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Kyle's going to shut it down here.
There goes my top.
Check, check.
First off, you said that to her, she'd be like, it's okay. I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then second,
Yeah, she has no
Jack
barometer now of
10 high.
of a bad win or loss anymore. What really set that off is when I went to Austin.
Yeah, if somebody bets at this, they're going to win. Let's see.
Like just really nonchalantly. She's like, well, how much?
Kyle is going to go for a 3/4 pot here on the end.
Okay.
1,500. Yao folds.
It's like not good.
Kyle Z
Not good at all.
shows the bluff, caps off the night with another win. Yao's disgusted.
Like look me for a second, see if I see
is this the flip?
Oh man, those spots are tough. You're like, man, if I had just bet, but then like the other times it's like, oh god, if I had bet, like I would have gotten wrecked, or because you did bet, you got wrecked, or whatever.
That's right.
You never know, and that's the
So
beauty of poker.
That is the beauty of poker, and that's the end of our 2-card shenanigans. One final chance for these players to ride the variance wave and win their share of whatever $4,000 in the middle. 8-handed.
Oh my god.
3 ways?
500 apiece.
Okay,
4
heads
cards
up,
face down, 5 cards face up.
Okay. You're right, too good.
May the luckiest win.
Best hand, right? That's probably a good one. Best hand. That's probably going to work a flip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just add to our beef, though, if I win, though, right?
It's like 40 bigs. I'm like, God.
Add to our beef. I run good at flips, you know?
All right, so
It's tough because you have that
4,500
extra
in the
feeling,
middle.
Oh man.
Run it out one time. See who
I'll pay
ships the
500
pot.
for
We
this.
got
Somebody
some
else
aces
turn.
coming out already.
Spades. Oh, no, that's so bad. Yeah.
Great.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, no 9. I don't even know.
Don't tell me I'm not going to do another.
This is a unique approach where some people are turning over many cards, others not so many.
I'm sure there's a 9 in that deck.
Oh, space. Nuts.
You have 6 6.
Someone says nuts.
Please no nuts. Queen.
Shit.
6,
What is nuts?
Beautiful. I
Spades.
need you to have a brick.
Spades. Oh, yeah.
Damn, do I scoop the side?
Fire, Jack 6 spades.
Got pair 8s.
Look at how pretty this feels.
Yeah, fire here with the Jack high spades. Going to take this down. And he shipped the last one as well. So
Pretty
fire
nice
here
win
running
rate
good.
for flips. Yeah. Well, I think that's going to do it for us from Dallas. Hey, Aaron, any parting words for the folks at home?
I just want to thank everybody for tuning in, and thank you guys so much for hitting the like button, for getting us over 50,000 subscribers here on TCH Live. And congratulations to everybody who participates in the giveaway and gets some of them sweet merchandise. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight.
Love it, love it. All right, folks. Well, that was us from Dallas. Tune in tomorrow night. Again from Dallas, 6 p.m. Central Time. Until then, good night and see you tomorrow.